And we are live, and I'm just going to put this in front of the screen so that it refocuses. Right, and first thing we're going to talk about, folks, is the relationship between type and writing in George R.R. Martin and Game of Thrones. Now, the first thing I want to say about the R.R. is I wanted to start a campaign that everyone who likes Game of Thrones could put RR in the middle of their Facebook name, but Facebook wouldn't let me.
Why? Why did you want that?
What do you mean, why? It's funny! Ben R. David, it's funny.
Well, I suppose. Okay.
Okay, go on.
Okay, I don't understand. Anyway. Right, so this started with Ben actually in a couple of previous Hangouts had said that he didn't think the FI types were very good. He didn't expect them to be very good at multiple perspectives, multiple points of view. He thought if they were writing, they would be mainly first person or sticking to one character and one viewpoint. And I disagree with that. So this is the genesis of this. And one of the authors I had in mind was George R. R. Martin, because I've seen him typed as an INFP before, and I think he is, and I think you can see a lot of that in his writing. So it's kind of the difference between the empathy of an INFP versus an INFJ, or different types of empathy. Because George R. R. Martin, if you read the books, every single chapter is named after a different character whose point of view it is. So there's dozens and dozens of characters, and he is really good at the characterization. It's one of his strong points.
I think that is brilliant, that device. And I love, and the thing I love about Game of Thrones is the emphasis on characterization. And from a plot point of view, I see it as, from a writing point of view, it's rather cynical. You just have them bumped off. But he has such a facility with characterization that he is able to come up with so many characters, so many well-drawn characters. A lot of writers might think, I put a lot of effort into this character, I'm not bumping them off.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite as bad as people think. He's got a reputation for doing it, but really, most of his characters, either they don't die at all, or they look like they're dead, but they come back later. Spoilers. Spoiled it all. I won't say who. But, yeah, anyway, I was thinking, if you're an FI type, like if you're an INFP, and you're writing characters, I think one of the reasons they can be quite good at it is because of their, I think Dario calls it trans-contextual thinking.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well, in terms of INFP's empathy is putting themselves in other people's shoes, as I understand it. So it's like imagining, what if it was me? How would I be, and all that.
Yeah.
And with their NE, with their trans-contextual thinking, they're good at transcending boundaries, transcending race and gender and class and disability, and they're easily able to imagine what it's like if they were in very different shoes.
One of the things I've noticed is, I don't know if I quite said before that INFPs can only do one point of view. I'm not even halfway between those two, but I think...
Well, you speculated.
Yeah, I speculated. But yes. I think I also said, though, on like the plus side of FI, when you see people who are FI break as writers, not much characterization going on. Like with Douglas Adams, like he admitted it's not about the characters, whereas
yeah,
the FI break people,
I think they can
not really into inner feelings.
Yeah, I think they can make good characters, but they're not good at exploring them.
Yeah, funny characters.
Yeah. It's funny and even interesting and smart characters, but not the exploration is not the strong point.
Yeah.
But following up, I think INTPs and ISTPs might be better at it. Based on some of the writing I've seen. Not great. I don't know if they're fantastic at it like other types might be, but I think there's definitely some interesting stuff, especially if they do the research and learn about it.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
background.
I think. Yeah, I mean, right then. Right now, I've actually heard many times that. What do you think the connection is between these young female INFPs and INFJs that absolutely adore Daenerys Targaryen?
I'm not sure because I don't particularly like her myself.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Uh,
Everyone who's not in that category.
I think a lot of that is because it's just a natural. It's a natural sympathy for someone like that in that position. You know, she's her being the underdog and not being involved in all the political stuff and all that, and it's it just kind of misses the. It's also, I think, people just tend to have a natural sympathy for vulnerable people like a young woman who's in an abusive or violent background and all that, and not of their own making.
Um,
And that's some of that,
uh,
especially if you're an NF.
I think just to give an example before we like move on, right? If you give the example of like, it's not really. If you talk about the arc of the character of Jaime Lannister, that will give the audience an idea of how good George R. Martin is at characterization. And then also,
Well,
as part of that, if you talk about his speech about duty, that was a fantastic piece of writing.
I haven't. I don't know it. I don't know his speech about duty because is that from the show or?
That's in the show. Okay, while you talk about it, I'll try and look for it online.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's in the book or not. It might be in the book because I haven't. I've only read the first two and some of the third, but spoil the rest. So Jaime Lannister in the books is actually in the first two books he's actually only a side character. He's not a main point of view character, but in the show he's one of the. I think he gets more focus even in the early seasons, and that's actually quite good for in terms of perspective because it's more how the characters see him versus how the audience sees him, whereas it's a bit different there in the show. But basically, in the story, he is a knight of the King's Guard, which is one of the men guarding the king, and he is responsible for killing the previous king, who was a madman, and everyone distrusts him for it because even though everyone agreed Aegon II, who's the person who killed Aegon Targaryen, was a madman and needed to die, they're distrustful of a man who betrays his duty like that to kill him, especially when Ned Stark caught him sitting on the throne and thought he wanted the throne even though really just wanted to sit down. So it's interesting how Martin plays with perspectives there. But as far as the audience is concerned and the readers are concerned, he seems like a moral sociopath because one of the first things we the audience see him do is shove a young boy out of a window. And later on we think he's involved in murderous plots and all that. Later on, but eventually we learn that he's a more interesting and grey character and he's just a very, very disillusioned, and that when he was younger he did have strong morals and stronger principles and he just got nothing out of it for him, and everyone, the world around him and his family especially, were all very cynical.
I remembered a bit now. Aegon Targaryen. Is it Aegon Targaryen?
Okay. I can't hear you. You bring it up.
Yeah, sorry about that. Is it Aegon Targaryen, the Mad King?
Yes, I think it's Aegon.
Right, okay. He was about to use wildfire, I think.
Yeah,
I think it's called wildfire on the population,
yes.
and that was the thing that made Jaime Lannister step in.
No, I think that was it.
No, I've got to stop it.
I don't think it was the only thing. I think there was other factors, but that was the line. Yeah, and no one. I'm not sure if the other characters know that, or maybe they just don't appreciate it. Probably don't know it. I'm guessing.
This might trick your memory. What it is when Right. Okay. I've got to be very careful in closing this because it's near. Right. What happens is Ned Stark's wife captures Jaime Lannister and is in a cage.
Yes.
Comes to visit him, and then she asks about, his lack of loyalty, and then he gives a speech about loyalty to this, loyalty to that, and that's the speech I'm trying to look for on. And while I try and look for that, you can talk about other things about about reasons why you think George R. R. Martin is an INFP, like some of the other things, some of the other tells, I suppose.
Well, I actually think one of the tells is his SI, hidden agenda, because I think that's all over Game of Thrones, especially in the later ones. I've noticed that with other writers who I think are INFPs, and maybe even INTPs. Like the more the story goes on.
Right. If you let your go on.
The more the story goes on, the longer as the books come out, there's more and more and more detail, about what people are wearing and what kind of food they're eating and all. A lot of stuff that people actually start to complain about because I think the story's getting bogged down with detail. At the same time, the writing is very good, so it's kind of a love it or hate it thing. It just depends on whether you find that boring because it distracts from the story, and the reason these books are so long is because there's just too much detail in it. Or on the other hand, he's just really, really good with imagery and painting a picture. So that's an example of the SI hidden agenda, I think. And I've seen it in other authors.
Well, what people could always do, because it's such a long time in between each book, but they could cut the book in half and then read it. Oh, I'll read this in 3 years' time.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I think the evidence that he's an NF again is just the characterization, and he doesn't seem quite. Not even in interviews, he doesn't seem quite very FE. He seems more. He just seems more FI in interviews, and also there's a lot of things about personal ethics and being true to yourself with the characters.
Right.
How a lot of the time it's people's expectations in the books that got them into trouble. I suppose you could say that.
Right. We can bring in Maria here because you talked there about SI in novels. Maria can have a comment on that.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sorry.
In the series Game of Thrones, George R. R. Martin is about right now it's 5 books long, and the later stories show more and more detail. There's more talk. Later on, it gets bogged down a lot, talking about what people are wearing and what kind of food they're eating and the drapes and things like that. Things that seem quite SI detailed to me, I would think.
The sensory detail.
Sensory detail, yes.
Yeah, we do have writers like that. They are indeed supposed to be SI type.
Okay.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet.
Right.
I'm sorry if I'm not quite participating yet. My brain is not.
Oh, that's perfectly fine.
That's
perfectly fine.
My brain isn't here either.
Right. But I was about to, when I said short and sweet, I was about to think of the name of a short actress, and then I thought, well, I can't really think of one. And
Jimmy Cranky.
Jeanette Cranky, yes. Right. Right. So I'm gonna look. So one important thing is if we talk about another SI thing. Wait a minute. Wait a cut and pick a minute. Jonathan, you are a history expert. I would say you are a historian. In
Okay.
that, please talk about
Yeah.
the historical influence, like for instance, the War of the Roses, the effect of that, and also the French series of novels that heavily influences Game of Thrones.
The French series of novels.
Yeah, okay, I'll find out about that. But if you talk about the War of the Roses and the connections with,
Okay, they were. Well, George R. R. Martin says his backstory for Game of Thrones is that he used to have lots of pet turtles, and they kept dying on them, and he came up with this. He came up with this story that okay, they're killing each other in pots. That's how he rationalised. That's a story made up out of it. And later on, he became really interested in medieval history, including the War on the Roses and other stuff. It's not. I don't think it's direct. He's not exactly copying what happened, but he's taking a lot of cues from that and other wars. So the Lannisters are obviously based on the Lancasters. The Lannister family are based on the Lancasters. The Stark family are based on the Yorks. So the War of the Roses, that was a bunch of dynastic disputes in England between mainly two families whose emblem were a red rose and a white rose. Involved a lot of marriages, a lot of counterplots, a lot of Henrys, a lot of Richards. Ends in the House of Tudor, who are outsiders, taking the throne. So I'm trying to think who the. I don't think any of the individual characters are direct counterparts, but you can see influences in the plot and the way things start. It's not my area of expertise, the War of the Roses, but I think Tyrion is probably influenced by Richard III, because the way Richard III is considered a hunchback and an evil uncle, and some of that's represented in Tyrion, who's a dwarf and also considered an evil uncle, even though he's actually not that bad a person or that bad a character, but he's considered to be manipulating a young Joffrey Baratheon, even though Joffrey is a psychopath. And all of Joffrey's crimes are just a bit of a psychopath. And all of Joffrey's crimes are put at the feet of Tyrion by the people of the city and of the kingdom, because of this reputation he has for being short and ugly. And I think that's. I would not be surprised if Richard III, the reputation of Richard III, influenced Tyrion there. I also think that the character of Richard III in Shakespeare, I think that might have influenced some characters like Littlefinger. That's sort of the archetypal master manipulator. Yeah, I'm not
we've
sure
got
where
here.
to go with this.
We've got I've just got the Wikipedia article here. We've got the series was in particular influenced by the 100 Years' War, the Crusades,
Yes.
the Albigensian Crusade, and the War of the Roses. Although Martin refrained from making any direct adaptations, and this is the big. Now the next one is a big influence apparently, and Martin was also inspired by the French historical novels The Accursed Kings, or Accursed Kings, by Maurice Druon, about the French monarchy in the 13th and 14th centuries.
I don't know much about them. I think the Merovingians were the.
Yeah, so the.
I don't know if it was the Merovingians or if they were earlier.
Because that was a series of
I don't.
7 novels, I think.
Yeah, I haven't read them. I don't know anything about that period either. So no use to there. Maybe it wasn't the Merovingians. They're earlier.
But what I'll do. Oh no. Right.
I also know that the wall, the giant wall that keeps out all the others and the people of the north, that's based in Hadrian's Wall in Scotland.
Yes, you are the person that is trying to be kept out.
Yeah. And yes, I know. Apparently, when he finally visited Hadrian's Wall, he said, "No, he wrote the wall and the when he eventually did the set Game of Thrones, apparently he didn't realise that the way he wrote it, the specifications he gave for its size were that big. So he actually was a little embarrassed because the wall in the show was actually bigger than he imagined it to be, but it's actually true to the text. Because the actual Hadrian's Wall, of course, is, this size, probably. Waist high.
Yeah, by now, yeah.
And even the real one wasn't that big.
There's some interesting peculiarities. They think that the first black people in England were some Roman soldiers. And, and also, I think, was Hadrian gay? I think Emperor Hadrian was gay, is that true?
He may or may not have been. That's one of the disputed. Certainly, he was effeminate, I believe. He wasn't really into wars or expanding the empire. He was ruling the empire at its height, and he was interested in culture and civilization and all that. The main conflict, one of the main conflicts he was involved in was with the Israelites, because he wanted to introduce culture, Greek culture and Roman culture to there, and obviously that would entail messing with Israelite culture and God, and so that provoked violent clashes. But Hadrian himself, he preferred. I think I just stereotyped there as equated gay people to pacifists. Just terrible. That's terrible of me.
No.
I am so sorry. That's horrible.
You can have a lot of, you can have a lot of beta quadra gays.
Yeah. Yeah, I apologise to anyone watching that. That was terrible of me.
You can have some pretty hardcore. You see them. You're some pretty hardcore. Dressed in leather and all that kind of stuff. No.
Are you sure they're betas?
Oh, wait a minute. If we're talking about that, if we can go to the opposite example of hardcore gays, Spartans.
Oh yeah, well, that's more of a cultural thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, pederasty.
I think we're getting off topic anyway.
Yes, slightly.
Homosexuals and pedophiles we're talking about. Writing, damn it.
Right. So So done Game of Thrones. Is there anything else you'd like to say about Game of Thrones?
Not at this particular moment.
Right. Okay. I'll talk a little bit about hitchhikers. If people search for South Bank Show, Douglas Adams' South Bank Show, it is because Douglas Adams helped to write the actual episode. The actual episode is an extension of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy universe. And what happens is the actual characters of Ford and Arthur appear within the documentary, and they think, and Ford Prefect's hypothesis is that they have gone into a universe in which they are fictional characters. And Arthur overhears Douglas Adams talking about and admitting to Melvin Bragg. And Melvin Bragg says, isn't Arthur a bit of a stereotype? And he says, yes, of course. And he says it's more about the ideas than the characters. And like ENTP, not interested in the characters. He was like, Douglas Adams is like the prototypical ENTP in my opinion. Like, everyone who knows MBTI and has read this book, these people think ENTP. Is that fair enough?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't read it, and I've seen the films. I know. I haven't seen interviews with him, but you've convinced me. You've convinced me that he's an NE type, and he's an ENTP.
Definitely.
Even just from his writing.
So, Jonathan, which other books are you interested in talking about?
Well, there's a few. Most of my interest is in fantasy fiction and stuff, but
well, that's interesting. if you talk about that, then we can relate it to NI.
Yeah, well, that's where Game of Thrones came in. But NI actually, well, I think the difference between NI writers and NE writers, or especially the fans, I think NI tends to be have more symbolism and more meaning, or they try to. I'm not sure how true that is for some. I think INFJ is a bit more obvious about it, but whereas I think George R. R. Martin, as we're talking about, I don't think he's got a great deal of symbolism. I think he's got very clear influences and stuff, but I don't think there's a lot of direct compared. Like J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling says she's an INFJ, and you can see a lot of symbolism in her books. Things like the Dementors represent depression, and the black dog, that's also depression, and all this other stuff.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Have you read any of Carl Jung? Are you familiar with the archetypes?
I've actually just bought a couple of his books. I haven't really. Well, I bought a book with him.
So, Carl Jung's hypothesis of how intuition of time works is that there's a connection with the archetypes. And I was just wondering, hey, maybe these NI-type writers have a greater access to the unconscious, and so maybe the archetypes appear in their work more than other types.
Yeah, I could see that, because there's archetypal stuff appearing in Rowling and that, and I think that's actually a complaint from NP writers, because they don't. I'm not sure if they quite like being so traditional. I think they like to be in the mold a bit more, and play with ideas and invent new things.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of writers who, I will not name them. I haven't really read much of their work anyway, but I'm sure they're NE types, and they have said that fantasy is more about breaking the mold and challenging stereotypes and stuff.
Oh God.
I'm not sure how true that is for all NPs, because I think there's an INTP writer called Brandon Sanderson, who I've talked about before. He's actually, I won't say he's traditional, but he's not going too far to challenge things either. He's got his own system, his own ideas of what he wants to talk about, and he sticks to that across every book he ever writes, even though he's got about 30 odd at least either written or planned, and so many series. So you got to say something?
Yeah, I was about to say, Dario made the point that INTP has used a ton of SI, and so the INTP might get a lot into the craft of writing.
Yeah, I could see that with him, because I know he took classes. He teaches classes actually. You can see him on YouTube teaching classes. It's quite interesting. That's another thing with, like I said, with George R. R. Martin, that there's a lot of SI detail in his later books. You can see that with Sanderson as well, because he has a series called the Stormlight Archive, which he took a while to get started, but it's got a lot of new creatures and new ideas, and actually in the books there's even drawings of an artwork that he's done of all his creatures and all detailed descriptions of what they are. So all of it's set in a world that's constantly plagued with storms and violent storms. So a lot of creatures have evolved so that they're kind of crab-like. They've got shells on them just to survive the storms, and he has very detailed drawings of them and detailed descriptions of them and of the world.
Yeah. Do you think that INTP's writers really get involved in the internal consistency and the sort of the internal laws of a setup?
Yes. Oh yeah, he's actually got laws named after him. Sanderson's Laws of Magic. He's really good with coming up with magic systems, because he used to study chemistry, and a lot of his magic systems are based on that, and he has even got a periodic table for each of his magic systems. And he's got his Laws of Magic are more about how a writer uses magic in a fantasy setting, because on the one end, you've got things like Lord of the Rings, where the magic is very vague and can be easily used to Deus Ex Machina. On the other hand, you've got him where it's very, very role-based, is very, very explained, very, very natural part of the setting, and in fact, it's basically used as almost like science. You know, I mean, it's applied. It's all applicability. He's. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just a little thing, and then I'll let you get back in. In Game of Thrones, I like how George R.R. Martin, where if you use magic, there's a real price to pay, so it's not a Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, well, with Sanderson, that's what his rules in magic are about. It's how to not make it a Deus Ex Machina, because he's got things like. We're trying to find them actually. Better thing.
Right, okay, I'll tell the audience what Deus Ex Machina is. It means God from machine. And what used to happen is, at the end of a play, if a writer couldn't find an ending, he would like lower down angels, and the God would say, well, I'll dole out justice, you do this, you do that, you have to do this, because they couldn't find an ender. So that was the Deus Ex. And then the modern use of Deus Ex Machina is an ending that sort of comes out of nowhere from a sort of plot device. It's hard to think of it.
I think Hamlet's got something like that. Maybe not quite, but the way everyone just suddenly dies, that's how he wraps it up at the end. There's also the stand.
Well, whereas if you compare it to the ending of Romeo and Juliet, that's a better ending.
Yeah, I can see that. It's more ironic. Anyway, I found that Sanderson's law of magic, first law of magic, an author's ability to solve conflict with magic is directly proportional, in all caps, to how well the reader understands said magic. So, he's... Okay. So basically he's saying that you need to explain the rules properly. You can't just make it up as you go along. You have to explain what the magic system is about first, and then stick to those rules. Don't make stuff up, and don't expect the reader to just buy anything you say. You have to explain what the magic is about, and that's again to prevent Deus Ex Machina. There's sometimes a price with his magic systems. A lot of the time, it's more like you've only got, like in Mistborn, his series Mistborn, the magic is based around metals. Everyone ingests little flakes of metals, and they burn them, and different metals produce different magical effects depending on if the character is capable of magic or not. And what happens is they burn them in their stomach, and once all the metal's used up, they can't use their magic anymore. So, for instance, there's one metal that lets you see the future and all that. It lets you see the future in 5 seconds into the future in order to win fights, for example, or cheat at games. And once all the metal you've swallowed burns up, you can't do it anymore. You need to find more metal. So the tension comes from, do you have enough metal left that you're going to run out of stuff?
So is the practical implication of that is that the character thinks hard about when to use that power?
Yes, that's one of the implications. Yes, there's also because the way he uses it, he does try and work it into how machines work and what kind of practical applications you can have. Like I think he's planning one in that world where they'll have SWAT teams of these type of, they're called Mistborns or Mistlings. And there's other things about transport, and I can't remember the exact details.
What I'll say is these kind of like laws of internal consistency, fans absolutely adore that kind of stuff.
Yes, they do. It's made them a rounding success.
Yeah. In all things like Doctor Who fans, especially Star Trek fans, the internal consistency, the continuity cops.
Yeah.
What they call them.
Oh yeah, I can be like that sometimes. The writers don't always like them, though, and that's the problem.
Yeah, some of them are ENTPs.
Yeah. Yeah, and probably other types. Uh, Steering. Funny thing is, with Brandon Sanderson, like I say, he's an INTP. He's a very meticulous planner, and he has very. His stories are somewhat predictable, which I think is part of the reason he's able to be so productive. Because I think I mentioned before, he writes. It's called the Brandon Bot because he produces about 3 or 4 or 5 books a year. Sometimes
Wow.
they're short stories. Sometimes they're short stories. Other times they're giant tomes of 1,000 books, which they'll come out periodically. Uh, I think some of that is because he is, like I say, he's a really good planner, but he also is, because he's got certain internal rules, his own rules of how stories should be, what kind of stories he wants to write. They're not necessarily that unpredictable. There's certain recurring elements that you can build a story around because they're all set. A lot of them are set in the same universe, even totally different series. So all the same themes, all the same entities and characters show up. So it's not that hard to plan for. Compare someone like Stephen King, who is an INTJ, or usually takes as an INTJ, who makes it up as he goes along, which I always thought was kind of interesting because it's the INTP who's doing the planning, and the INTJ who's writing by the seat of their pants, just letting it flow out. And Stephen King also has some Deus Ex Machina problems because of that. Like in The Stand, he decided that he had no idea where the story was going, so he's going to cut out a nuclear bomb and kill half his cast in order to wrap things up. Things like that.
Anything to add, Maria?
I think she's there.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe later.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But butt in whenever you feel like it. Okay. So yeah, I mean, what we could do is like go through each type, right? And then you can say, oh, I don't know any. Like so we've done INFP so far. We've done INTP. You talked a little bit. Do you want to talk a bit more about INTJ writers?
I actually think I've seen CSOs take this as an INFP, but I think he's an INTJ. Almost all of his earlier work is very science fiction and sci-fi, and he also used to be a hardcore atheist, which doesn't necessarily correlate, but they're more likely to be, whereas they've converted to Christianity. Really just stereotyping there, whatever. But anyway, a lot of his stuff was sci-fi based, like the Space Trilogy, and some other stuff. Also, as I say with NI, there's a lot of symbolism and a lot of archetypes going on, and you can see a lot of that in the Lion, the Witch, and the Narnia series. There's a whole lot of symbolism, even symbols didn't necessarily intend. Like he didn't necessarily intend Aslan to be a Jesus analog, but that's how he ended up being when he ended up writing it. So I think he's quite different from other writers who are typed as INFP, and he is also a bit more categorical and a bit more preachy, shall we say. Like he wants definitive conclusions, which I don't think. I think INFPs can be a bit more, and NFPs in general can be a bit more open-minded when it comes to definitive conclusions, even if they are definitely pushing an agenda at times. Even then, there's still an element of grey morality going on and personal morality.
Right, so that's INTJ. Here's a big subject: INFJ writers.
Well, like I said, I know that J.K. Rowling types as INFJ, and I've heard that's more evident in some of her non-Harry Potter books, because I'm trying to figure. I actually think the most evident thing with J.K. Rowling is not that she's an INFJ, is that she's an Enneagram 6. Because I think there's a lot of elements of the trouble with authority and questioning authority and things like loyalty and fear and the way people grow up, and also the way she deals with her villains. I noticed that with some type 6 writers like her, and I think also like Stephen King, there's a sort of all or nothing element to their villains. Like they don't necessarily want them, they don't want the heroes or the readers to side with the villains, so they make them out to be, even if they're humanising, they still want them to come off as kind of pathetic and sad, or at least with some type 6 writers. Is that because it's like type 6 is under stress, they get stuck in doubt and ambivalence, and they can sometimes overcompensate with being very black and white, by wanting things to be definitely right, definitely wrong, by being certain. So if you see something like Voldemort, he's in the first few books he's hinted at being a very brilliant, dark, sophisticated villain, but when we finally see him, he's a madman and he's makes a lot of really stupid, petty mistakes. And yeah, I'm not sure how her. I can see how being an INFJ would play into it, because there is, like I said, archetypal stuff and a lot of themes going on, but I don't know enough INFJ writers to see how the rest of that would go in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what really put me off Harry Potter series is the attitude to Muggles.
The Muggles?
The whole division between magicians and Muggles.
I didn't mind that.
That moment when Harry was talking to a snake, and it was like him and Snake against everybody else. It was like disgusting.
How come? What was it? Could you elaborate? No? Alright.
Yeah, he seemed to be more like it seemed to be like Harry and Snake are on the same side against the rest of disgusting humanity. That's what I can't really read.
I don't think that probably wasn't the intention, but okay. I think it's more about how our characters are kind of outsiders and how they're like on the wrong end of the stick, and how the rest of the world treats outsiders, treats the people who are stuck in his case, he's basically in a dysfunctional family and an abusive parental relationship. But yeah, I've heard complaints about that as well, Harry Potter, that some people don't like the Muggle things. But
right, so I found it eventually.
So,
Eventually. Just to butt in a little bit before I let you get back on track. This is Jamie's speech. Very good speech. How can you still count yourself a knight when you have forsaken every vow you ever swore? Jamie reached for the flagon to refill his cup. So many vows. They make you swear and swear, defend the king, obey the king, keep his secrets, do his bidding, your life for his, but obey your father, love your sister, protect the innocent, defend the weak, respect the gods, obey the laws. It's too much. No matter what you do, you're forsaking one vow or the other.
It's not very FE or TE friendly, that. Or it's supposed to.
But the way he performed it, the good acting, whilst he did that was a good. I remember his acting from
the show.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, another INTJ writer. Just forgot Ayn Rand.
Oh, just a bit.
I've read excerpts of her. I've seen her in interviews. Is that you can definitely see the. Well, I know. You can definitely
Oh, that was
see.
nice. That was nice, Maria.
Yeah. You can definitely see the contempt for FE that Ayn Rand has, that FE power. Because she basically blames FE for, or interpersonal harmony and all that, for totalitarianism.
Oh.
And she gets quite preachy as well, which might be more of the. She considered a type 1, so maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. But yeah, I think. I'm wondering if there's a tendency for ING writers to want to make a point. Or if. But then again, you can say that about any writers, lots of different writers.
So do you have any idea like how being preachy may be connected with that?
Well, I think some types are more likely to be preachy than others. I don't necessarily know if it's just type related, because I can see any type being preachy if where their values are concerned or if they feel strongly about a certain subject and all that. All the time it's to do with what the author is going through. Like even if they don't necessarily like preaching at first, if something happens to them in the real world, or if they feel something's very important, they would get quite preachy about it anyway. It's usually a sign of a bad writer when they're preaching. It's not necessarily a type thing. It's more of a bad writer thing.
Yeah.
Although a lot of good writers can manage to be preachy and mask it in a good story, shall we say?
To me, that's where your type is showing itself in the Keirsey profile of INFJ, NIFX. It's they see the moral complexities, they see different sides of issues.
Yes,
and are complicated themselves, so they can understand other troubled individuals.
I agree with that. Yes, yeah, I think it's difficult to nail down which, if any, particular type is going to be more preachy than others. But I would say some are less likely to be preachy. I would say the SP or ESTP writers, for instance, probably not going to be very preachy.
Yes.
Although, well, sometimes it can sound like they are. Like, I think.
May preach against something rather than for something. They might preach against, like, Guardians.
I think Bret Easton Ellis is considered an ESTP. He's the guy who wrote American Psycho. But he.
Oh.
A lot of the time, American Psycho is seen as against the 80s yuppie culture and against shallowness and materialism and all that. But it's not necessarily what the author intended. He actually felt that Patrick Bateman was him. It was more of a way of expressing his emotions and his anger and his frustrations. How he felt. Sometimes he felt like Patrick Bateman. That's why he wrote about him. So that's another thing with if you're talking about preachiness in writing, because a lot of the time it looks like it's there, but it's not necessarily intended. But that gets into things like death of the author and solitary criticism, because you can argue that what the author intends doesn't necessarily matter. But I suppose if you're talking about, what we're talking about now, that does. If we're talking about the types. So.
I'll just say something about Hemingway.
Yes.
There's a little bit of a joke here. Is Dennis Miller was talking. He was on a plane, and there was this man who kept talking to him all the while, and it was just like nagging him. And he said he was like an older Hemingway with a twist. Everybody else wanted to blow their own brains out.
Oh. Alright. Who was that said that?
Dennis Miller.
What did he write? Or
No, he's a comedian.
A comedian? No.
He makes so many references. About 60 now. He makes so many references to old programs. But in the construction of that joke, I like the bit where he says "with a twist," because Hemingway's known for twists. But yeah, I mean, if you want to talk more about INFJ, and then we could talk about SP writers, because Hemingway was an SP writer.
I suppose the only thing I can say about INFJ is...
Yeah, go on, man.
Go ahead.
I wanted to just ask what do we actually mean by preachiness in like Hemingway's case? Would you consider him preachy?
Oh no, I don't. It's just what happened. I was thinking of
I understand
that.
Yeah. What type is he in your opinion?
Hemingway. I just think that I've not read Hemingway, but I've read things that Keirsey wrote about Hemingway and his lifestyle was very artisan, very extroverted sensing.
I believe he's an ESFP and socionics.
Yeah,
I remember when I was studying journalism and learning to write, my boss was giving me his example as something ultimately non-preachy, but I guess there are some ESFP writers who are preachy, but they may be preachy about non-moralistic subjects, like about the requirements of the age. They may be very serious about, like, you cannot write like this today. That would be the preachiness you may get from them.
Just some context for the audience. Apparently Hemingway was a journalist, and that's where he learned to be such a tight writer.
Yeah. He wrote... Was it Homage to
What do you mean by
Catalonia?
Well, just tight in terms of compressed.
Tight. Okay.
Yeah, tight, not type, tight.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he wrote... I think he wrote Homage to Catalonia. It was either him or Orwell. I think he wrote it. I think he was in the International Brigade and fought in the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he volunteered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's one of
the
the reasons
The instruction I did get was you need to write, and we actually had to write about religion and the experiences of change of mind regarding that. But I was instructed to write in the Hemingway's way, like he went there, he did that, without actually any inserts of my own opinion.
That must have been hard.
Or trying to get into the character's head or anything.
Yeah.
Just how or what happens and how it affects a person in a very practical way. So
yes.
That actually reminds me of launch function as it's represented in writing. Usually you see launch function very clearly. If it's TE launch, there is a lot of focus on action. If it's TI, there is a lot of focus on analysis, and so on. SI would probably be like reminiscent.
Oh, Ben, have you ever read any John Grisham?
No, but my mother has. She's read a lot of...
John, he seems very ESTJ. I think, or very STJ, very TE, very SI. There's a lot of detail in that, but also because his background is that he's a lawyer, and there's a lot of TE stuff in his books and a lot of technical detail and legal detail.
If you actually talk about message, the actual message of A Time to Kill is pretty hardcore. It's an unusual message because it's about a vigilante message.
But the thing is, legally, that character would have went to jail because he did commit premeditated murder. He was claiming the insanity defence, but he committed premeditated murder. Even though even though the characters are pushing that no, he was legally insane at the time because of what he went through. So I don't know if that was that might be more a case of the justice system down here is so corrupt that we need to do this to get any kind of justice.
Yeah, but just the title gives it away. A Time's to Kill.
Yeah. There's also. Yeah, I'm trying to wonder if he can be. I mean, John Grisham, he does deal with moral issues, and at the same time, I don't know if he's necessarily preachy about it in the way you'd think others would be, because he is writing thrillers. And obviously, there's always going to be a moral thing. Whether in almost every story there'll be some kind of moral element. It's not uncommon. So it's difficult to tell if someone's being preachy or not.
I'll ask Maria something about Hemingway. Do you think he leaves space for the reader to imagine what's going on in these characters' heads?
I would say it's like leaving the freedom to make up your mind.
Yeah. Just to finish.
Some people consider it disgusting when people
yeah.
to them or try to kind of deduce for themselves.
Yeah, and other writers don't think they've got an obligation to. They've got a platform now and they're going to use it, and it's irresponsible not to. I've seen that. Yeah, but what I was saying about John Grisham was his characters are kind of dicks. His characters are they're openly selfish. They don't mind admitting that a lot of the time, usually they're lawyers, and a lot of the time they just enjoy the fight and the studying and the winning, the victory.
Right. So, if we're going to talk about bring duality in a little bit, do you think there are any similarities between INFP and ESTJ writers?
Well, again, the main thing is the detail, because I've noticed that INFPs and ESTJs all the time, the font I've read in the books is quite small, which is an indication of a lot of detail. There's a lot.
That's unusual these days.
Yeah.
You see new books, text is like twice the size it used to be.
Yeah, but no, with Martin and with Grisham, it's still quite small, the font. They're actually quite good with characters, I think. STJs, I will say they're not.
I would say that,
depth there.
Yeah. In case of, say, Jack London and O. Henry, if we consider them duals, their focus may be different, but their style is very similar. I mean, their sense of humor is similar.
Yeah. Well, actually, when it comes to characters, I'm not sure, because I was going to say that I think Tolkien might be an ISTJ. An ISTJ, J.R.R. Tolkien. He's usually typed as an INFP, and he's a fantasy writer, but there's way more SI in Lord of the Rings than there is in.
Oh yeah.
There is FI. I've seen people praise his characters, and I think no. I think they're not that great.
There's only.
Yeah.
To me, I do not like Lord of the Rings whatsoever, because it's just terrible. The lack of invention, getting out of things, not through because the main convention of action adventure is it's the invention and resourcefulness of the hero. That's what it's all about, and you see a lot more of that in Homer than in. It's about the resourcefulness of the hero.
Yeah. Well, I don't like living by rules or strict rules when it comes to writing. So I don't mind Lord of the Rings, but yeah, as far as characterization goes, I think people are seeing things that aren't there, or it's probably more a case of people say the characterization is bad, and then fans of the book will just jump on all the ways it's good, so they'll really press their case.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's unusual that it's just interesting that such a giant of fantasy genre is an SJ, because most of them are NFs.
Because
or stereotypically.
yeah, I agree. I actually heard that he was a linguist, and that his main
Yes.
interest was creating the languages.
There's the languages in the wall.
Okay.
The languages in the wall building. For
Yeah.
Middle Earth is.
I would
Yeah,
say that maybe he was, as a historian and linguist, he was kind of reconstructing the set rather than characterizing individual characters.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, Lord of the Rings was originally a separate story, but eventually put into the world he was creating of Middle Earth, which is like an imaginary. Middle Earth's meant to be an imaginary version of our world, prehistoric times, like before the written records, and a lot of the language and the culture is based on either real world stuff or mythologies. Like there's a lot of Christian symbolism and there's a lot of Norse mythology in there, and those are very clear influences. He's not really breaking the mold in terms of his. And there are more original fantasy writers even in his own time, like Ursula Le Guin, or however you pronounce it. Not sure what type she was, but she wrote the A Wizard of Earthsea series. But Tolkien's quite. It's kind of weird calling it traditional because he kind of reinvented or more or less invented the epic fantasy story as we know it, with the idea of the maps and the journey and all that. But at the same time, he is kind of drawing for his stories, drawing a lot on stuff for his setting. He's focusing more on his setting, as I'll say.
It was a famous book. Famous book. And I will not give away the ending. It's such a good ending. Have you ever read She by H. Rider Haggard?
I've heard of it, I've not read it.
There is a fantastic Hammer film with a wonderful ending. I will not give it away. It's so good. Now, this book was even cited by an enormously popular book. I think it used to be in like the top 4. Like before all this Harry Potter stuff and Game of Thrones, it was like in the top 10 of like biggest selling novels. And even Carl Jung said that the character of Aisha was a representation of the anima. This really powerful white queen in Africa. And she had these magical powers. And there are things in here that arguably have been stolen for other things. Like there's things in there like gesture of the hand, like with the Darth Vader powers, with the Force powers, beams of light coming from the eyes, like with Superman's. So there's bits like, where did I write then? I wrote some little bits about. What we got here? We got about medications in there. But there's a bit like what we got here? We got things like there's little bits of I mean, like he does poetry in here, H. Rider Haggard, and he's crap at poetry, but he's great at the plot, characterization. But he just like gets a little bit pretentious. Like there's little bits of wit, like Aisha talks about blasting. Like, and he brings up that you can't get away with that in Victorian London. So he said something like, I instantly informed Aisha that blasting was not an amusement that could be indulged in with impunity, and that any such attempt would meet with the attention of the law and probably end upon a scaffold. Yeah, but the idea, talking about mental imagery, the idea of a priestess or this sorceress, and the old Bill turns up, the police turn up and say, you can't get away with that, and then locks them up. That's the mental imagery of that, like the combination of the two images.
I've actually seen that in a story, but it was the cartoon series Avatar: The Legend of Korra that something like that happened, because the main character in that is the Avatar. She's the most powerful character in the story, and there's a lot of religious and mystical significance. But at the start, they move into a new city and start fighting crime, and immediately they're in trouble with the police because they stop a couple of burglars by lifting the ground up and destroying shops.
I got the actual quote here. This is because this was written in the late 19th century, and so it was. I got the actual quote. Again, we explained that it was the character of monarchs that had changed, and that the one under whom we lived was venerated and beloved by all right-thinking people in her vast realms. Also, we told her that real power in our country, this is about Victorian England, rested in the hands of the people, and that we were in fact ruled by the votes of the lower and least educated classes of the community. Ah, she said, a democracy. Then surely there is a tyrant, for I have long since seen that democracies, having no clear will of their own, in the end set up a tyrant and worship them. Yes, I said, we have our tyrants. Well, she answered resignedly, we can at any rate destroy these tyrants, and Callicrates shall rule the land. I instantly informed Aisha that in England, blasting was not an amusement that could be indulged in with impunity, and that any such attempt would meet with the consideration of the law and probably end upon a scaffold. So that's the actual quote. Yeah, there's bits like a flame emerged from her eyes. So it's like the laser vision in Superman.
Yeah.
And then a gesture of the hand made this woman reach for her neck. So it's like the force powers. It's like, it says, and actually a good line for George Lucas. I find your lack of faith disturbing. And he's doing that. So that sort of thing's in there. But yeah, I mean, Carl Jung talked about this was a representation of, this character was a representation of the anima and of Aisha. And now one of the things that Hammer did is they got one of the most beautiful women in the world at the time, Ursula Andress, to play Aisha, she, as in she who must be obeyed or she who waits. And what happened was, when I was watching it, I was thinking, oh, she's actually quite a good actress. I'm going to find what they did is they got this good German actress to overdub her.
Yeah, they did that a lot with Ursula Andress and with other things like did it in James Bond as well. I think she voiced herself like Casino Royale though. Yeah. But funnily enough, Goldfinger, if you watch Goldfinger, is also dubbed. The character of Goldfinger is also dubbed, and it sounds perfect. Can't tell at all.
Well, while we're at it, let's talk about what type you think Ian Fleming was.
I think he might have been an SP as well. James Bond is definitely an SP.
Yeah.
ESTP or ISTP.
Yeah, ESTP. Yeah, he's regarded as a psychopath on Psychopath Night, and they talk about the psychopathic traits, the positive psychopathic traits, and some of the negative ones. Yeah,
he's not really a psychopath. But he can cross into that.
He's just on the spectrum.
Traits.
He's just on the spectrum.
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, I could see that. And the novels I know are quite short and sweet.
Okay, I'll just say something about Kevin Dutton did a book called he had Psychopath Night on Channel 4. It's on YouTube, folks. You can find it. And he talked about he talked about the psychopath, and he said, however, the psychopath is the person who, in a parallel universe, is the person most likely to save you, be the hero, because of and he mentioned the psychopathic traits of calmness under pressure, the lack of emotion, things which can be positive traits. And what he did is he set up this test. He had like 100 people take this test, and he did that on Channel 4. And those that scored lowest on the psychopathic traits test were like the stereotypical INFP. These two chicks, like dressed in black, big black glasses that look so it's so much like that. And they had the two, and they asked them, "Do you want to do a bungee jump?" No way. And then they asked these other two, like I think one of them was like Indian British, and it was like, and one of the questions was, "Would you kill Hitler as a baby?" And she was like, "Yeah, of course." Right, and then they asked them again, because this relationship, I think, oh, these are such a bit, and then she said, "Oh, do you want to do a bungee jump for £1,000?" Oh, right then. This is like, and when I'm watching this, I'm thinking, this is describing the ESTP being on the psychopathic spectrum, where they can be healthy and have these positive qualities. So that was good.
It's like Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy used to do the suicide hotline. Apparently, he was really, really good at it. He was very good at listening to people and telling them what they needed to hear, even though, you know, out of hours he was murdering people. So yeah, but I will say my brother, I think, is an INFP, and he would not mind bungee jumping. But I think he's a SX6, so that might be it.
Do you think it's a counterphobic 6?
Yes, SX6 is almost always. Counterphobic 6s are usually SX types, and phobic 6s are usually SP. Socials are usually.
We should bring a bit of that in, actually, because now we're talking about typology, as we might as well say, we can go back and say, if we go back to talking about enneagram as well, which enneagram do you think George R. R. Martin is?
I'm not sure. That's actually puzzled me. I can't make my mind up on that. I've thought about it before, so I'm tempted to say 9 actually, but can't really articulate why. What do you think?
I think that they said about Shakespeare is that you can't actually get at the person. It actually shows that that's a good writer. The fact that the characterization is so good that you can't hear the writer's voice. And I don't like that. I don't like hearing, like in Doctor Who, all I hear is the writer. I don't hear the characters. I want to hear the characters, not the writer.
Right. Yeah, I think mentioned earlier, J.K. Rowling is a 6, and that's much more evident with Oregon. My opinion that she is a 6 is mostly from interviews, not from Harry Potter. Just when I was doing interviews, and I thought she sounds like a 6, and I thought of Harry Potter in those terms, it made perfect sense that way. She's
written some erotic type novels that I don't know if you've looked at them. Are they a bit beta, gamma? Sorry, a bit beta. I sometimes call it the beat, her, and him quadra. Because it's BDSM.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't read. I don't think beta's more into BDSM than others, I will say. I've actually.
Ooh, I think there might be.
Well, not.
INFJs and ESTPs, I think.
No, I've actually we've had discussions about this in the group, and actually it was suggested that INFPs are quite often into it. Apparently, usually as a submissive. Usually as a submissive type.
Ooh, I think they're mistypes then, because if that
no. See them in there's interviews. There's videos that I have. Someone else made me watch. Where it was, you could tell, there were NFPs. Because the thing is, remember INFJs were very, very, very picky when it comes to our love lives and our romantics. We're diehard romantics. So it's not. I would not make a judgment on it whether I would be in it or not, whether I'd be into that or not. But I would say that. Other types are more likely to be in it than INFJs because, yes, we may be tempted, but at the same time, it takes us so long to even get into a relationship in the first place.
We were talking about this. You're not. I don't think you're in the chat because it's for an EII hangout. Sorry, EIE. I don't like the trico. Because Victor wants to do a hangout with different subtypes, different DSNH subtypes of the ENFJ, and I asked an ENFJ about this, famous ENFJ. I'll write. Don't say her name, but I'll write it over. I'll write it over Facebook. I'll write it in the chat, but don't say her name. You might have heard of her.
I don't think I have. Sorry.
Yeah, I put that in the group chat. Anyway, she was talking about how she was talking about the power games of her, where it's about making the other person more dependent on you than you are on them.
Yeah, but there's more to BDSM. There's more to BDSM than that, and
oh yeah. But
with this,
she talks about the subtleties of it.
We've had discussions about that in the group, and quite detailed discussions about. So I think.
Yeah, go on, man.
Yeah.
I believe that to say that a person actually has to have focus on power to just state it this way.
Okay.
It's very SE launch.
Right. Right.
I actually think in 50 Shades of Grey, which I have not read or seen, but I've seen reviews of it. The impression is that Anna, or however the main character's name is, what's her name? Anastasia. Yeah, she seems like an INFP, I think. Whereas Christian Grey, he says he's always been good with people, but he's got the demeanour of an ENTJ or an INTJ, I think.
Right.
But 50 Shades of Grey is a really terrible example of BDSM anyway, so...
Yep.
Hello?
Yep, the mic is on, and that's the little benefit of the mic switch.
Is there any noise? I was just going to say that when I saw that statement about, when I heard that statement about making another person more dependent on you than you on them, it's you cannot really argue with that. But I personally, I would never state it this way because I don't just think in that terms. I would think in terms of like being helpful or just making another person comfortable and whatnot. But
I wouldn't do that.
Since my focus is not on power, I wouldn't use that term.
Yeah.
Anyway, one of the weird things is that in Keirsey, ENFJs are described as an in-charge type. And you do notice this where you can have some women and some men where in their normal life they are dominant and in their sexual life they are submissive.
I also think this might be more of an enneagram thing, whether you're dominant or submissive or not.
Makes sense.
I don't think I would ever be fully comfortable being submissive. But like I say, some other times might be. But we're not here to discuss what I would be like in a BDSM relationship. At least not today.
Yep.
I would also say that to me there is no clear connection between type and like which way you are in the relationship, like submissive or dominant or anything. It's more actually the mating games have more to do with subtype than type, I believe.
Right. Yes. So, what do you think of Victor's romance styles?
Who are you asking?
Oh, you, Maria.
Well, I think they might have been there before Victor. I'm not quite sure. So, but he also been elaborating on that. Originally they're not called romance style. They're called gender groups.
Right.
It's like what gender this group resembles. I guess that was the intention of calling them that. Like separating down even more gender lines than.
Right. Did
they're
you?
usually.
Let's have a look.
So there are like children and parents, and then there are like predators and victims and whatnot. It's a little bit of a. I mean, just the whole idea may sound like an overstatement again because there are so many other factors, but once you have a good description of that, it actually solves the problem. Like when they say that in the interplay between victim and aggressor, actually the victim always starts first. And,
yes, the victim. Yeah, I saw that, where the victim tries to attract the attention.
Because they actually they're better about seeing what to expect from the other person, and so they usually make the pick themselves.
I think I read something about in the romance style that the, let's say, NIFX, MBTI, INFJ, actually will, or that type will be, the victim style in general will try to always create a sense of a desire in the aggressors, and they think that, I think they always want a constant reminder that they are desired, because it's a dynamic function. I think that's what Victor wrote about.
It's since there is like launch or manipulative function is always very powerful in personal relationships. I would say that they want the other person to constantly want to get better to attract their appreciation. Like an INFJ would want their partner to always improve themselves, to become a little better every day, and specifically in the way that they like.
Right. We actually hear some stories where you actually hear about, let's say, victim females with aggressive men, where they think they can improve the bad boy and the exciting man.
Anyway, I would say that since we are got distracted from writing style and all, I can say that
we're not talking about it.
The four functions usually present in the interplay are control, role, launch, and demonstrative. They are usually all involved in the personal relationship.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I can see in my mind where they are: control, role, launch, and demonstrative. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Anyway, back to writing.
So, well, I thought I should have really done this by quadra. So we've sort of done INFJ. While we were talking about that, what about ENFJ writers?
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Right. Okay.
But try celebrity types because they're.
Or maybe music or something else, or another art form for ENFJs.
Well, let's see. Well, there's quite a few good actors who are ENFJs, like Morgan Freeman, I think, is an ENFJ, and Tom Hiddleston, and Gary Oldman. I've only noticed. It's difficult to tell. I've only noticed that more in interviews and the way they're speaking and the things they're speaking about. Yeah, it's difficult to describe that. I've noticed that I actually think FI type actors are a bit better at acting than FE type writers, even if I would think that NFG actors are quite good at acting. They can really enjoy it. But I think the FI type writers tend FI type actors tend to be better sometimes, and sometimes better at winning the awards
Yeah.
and disappearing in the characters.
The key to good acting is being rather than acting. It's actually, or now sometimes they can cheat by using emotion memory, by using their own memories of a powerful experience and holding on to that and doing like substitutions.
Yeah.
So, for instance, if you have a powerful memory of a lost child, you can like use that and channel that
Yeah.
in a substitution.
Yeah. I think I would like to think that I'd be a very good actor, but I don't. It's kind of it's just interesting how the FI types seem to be better. Even the ISTJs are actors. Like I think Robert De Niro's considered an ISTJ, and who else? Alan Rickman was an ISTJ, and Christopher Lee. These are all great.
Yeah.
Writers who
He's in shape. Christopher Lee's in shape. That Hammer film.
Yeah. Yeah. So even it's interesting how these are actors these are types you wouldn't really expect to be good at acting, but they are actually, when they want to be, they can be fantastic in the experience. Anthony Hopkins might be. He's either ISFJ or ISTJ.
It's not so much the extroversion, it's the ability to be that character, to change yourself to be that person.
Yeah, and the drawing.
And not think at all about the outer expression, because that will come now. Never think about the result. It's just put yourself in that position, be, and concentrate on your scene partner.
Yeah, I've also noticed that the thing is, though, one advantage of being NFJ is that you're better at accepting the character you're trying to be as they are, but you're not. Whereas INFPs, I've heard Johnny Depp and an article Michael Shannon talk about this. They're describing their acting methods. It's like they're trying to find what they have in common with this person, or how they relate to them, and that can sometimes colour the picture. But especially if they're doing a real life person, it's not like they can completely lose themselves in the performance, but it's not necessarily. It's always their interpretation. It's not necessarily what the person was actually like, either if they're doing an adaptation or if they're doing a historical work. That's the disadvantage, I would say. It's like it has to be how they relate to it. That's when they work their best.
Right, so
And that actually bothers me sometimes. When I'm listening to them talk about their acting, because so it's like it's almost like they don't quite get it at times. Like with Michael Shannon, who's he's been in Boardwalk Empire, he's been in Man of Steel, played General Zod.
Sorry, did you say Shannon or Sheen?
Shannon, Michael Shannon.
What do you think of Michael Sheen?
I'm not sure what type he would be. What do you
think he's a flipping good actor.
Yeah, he's a good actor. He's a really good actor. I don't know what type he is though. Yeah, but anyway, Michael Shannon, he was playing. He was in a film called The Iceman. I haven't seen it, but I've heard him in an interview. I read an interview he did about it. And The Iceman's about a real life serial killer and assassin called Richard Keirsey. He was talking about how he was drawing on Kuklinski's abusive childhood and trying to get to the guy's anger, which is probably there. But there were some things that Kuklinski did. Kuklinski was really a horrible person. Some of this, it's hard to say if he was making stuff up or not, but some of the stories he came in with were really horrible, and he couldn't relate to it at all. Even with that, even with this idea that Michael Shannon had, that all of his victims were really just substitutes for his father, his abusive father. But some of the killings that the real evidence claimed to have done purely for sport or for no good reason, he couldn't get his head around them. That's sort of a limitation, I think, of. I suppose NFJ artists could be with that as well, but there is more sense that he's trying to relate to this character to understand them. Whereas I think with me, it's more like I try to understand them so I can relate to them. That's my approach to. That's how I would see the empathy difference, or one of the empathy differences.
You see, that could be an example of the creative function, FI, working with the INFJ. I should, Jonathan, a little thing. What is it like being an INFJ when you're on your own? How much you use an FE when you're on your own, writing?
Well, when I'm writing, usually I'm actually considering the audience or whoever's going to be reading it quite a lot and trying to think how this will be taken or whether I'm being fair to certain people or certain points of view. A lot of the time I write articles more than proper fiction, which is I'm trying to write more fiction. But when I'm writing articles, I'm trying to anticipate how this is going. When I'm writing, how is this sentence going to be seen? Is it phrased the right way? Is it sound friendly or hostile, or is the inflection right? Like, is it? A lot of the time, it's a matter of knowing my audience already because of the communities I'm involved in. So I'll know I have a general idea of who's going to be reading this or the type of person who's likely to be reading this. And that helps flavour how I will write. And it's a bit annoying actually because my best writing probably does come from when I'm being true to myself and in touch with my own feelings.
Yeah.
So FE is actually a bit of a hamper, I find, for my writing sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm too concerned with how it will come across. But maybe that could be other stuff as well.
Yeah. Do you think that's like one of the key inner struggles for INFJ? It's just that FI, staying true to yourself versus the demonstrative FE.
Yeah. But also the thing is being true to yourself is also FE, so it's true. Yes, go ahead.
I was gonna say that I can say that when I'm out there with people, I have to keep every subjective system of values into account to kind of balance them all most of the time.
Yeah.
So at some point I get so sort of relativistic about objective values, like what's good and what's bad, after all, that I need to withdraw and replenish my FE supply by, say, reading some FE fiction or fairy tales and whatnot. Actually, Andersen is great for that. Hans Christian Andersen. He has very strict sense of what's good and what's bad.
Right,
recently I was trying to read, first I tried Bernard Shaw and that was not quite it, and then I ended up reading some ESFJ obscure writer who is probably not, she's been translated into a number of languages but probably not very popular. But she was very good for me because she also has a very clear focus on just being decent, basically. And actually I can say about her that the strong SE types usually do a good job of making their fiction powerful and captivating. But what I noticed, her characters were sort of like mosaic. They seem to be glued together from different pieces. You don't get that kind of complete, consistent character with them. just for the some things get sacrificed for the purpose of making interesting fiction with clear values.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if I wanted consistent characters, I would go elsewhere.
right.
Yeah.
I was just saying that even in Keirsey, that you have got this difference between INFJ and INFP, where when Maria there talked about relativistic, where there's a little bit that hints at that for the Keirsey's INFJ. These seclusive and friendly people are complicated themselves, and so can understand and deal with complex ethical issues and with deeply troubled individuals. Whereas in contrast, the description of the Keirsey INFP really focuses on their strong ethics, where it's more of a conviction, black and white, this is true, this is good, this is bad.
Well, that's interesting though, because we're talking about George R. R. Martin and saying he's an INFP, and there's all of very morally grey characters and a lot of morally grey morality, and in Game of Thrones, because it's not necessarily that there's no right and no wrong, but all of the characters involved are actually quite in the middle. There are extreme characters like Joffrey, and there are the Boltons, and the Mountains, but most of the characters are actually quite varying shades of grey. There's not a lot of really nice characters. The better characters, the ones who are quite good, are usually the ones who are going to die or get crippled or be horribly disillusioned.
I mean, I think maybe that might be an example of INFPs being different in fiction than in real life.
Yeah, well, that's also not necessarily just an INFP thing. That could be just the genres, right? The subgenre, the gritty fantasy stuff.
And I think it's also just the hallmark of a very good writer is if people want. There was a South Bank show interview with George R. R. Martin, and that was a key bit of it where he talked about that. He wanted grey characters, and that was a big theme of his characterization, that that's what he wanted.
Yeah, so I was also saying, well, if we're also saying that J.K. Rowling is an INFJ, which is what she says she is, now she's obviously Harry Potter is more black and white than Game of Thrones is, so it's
different audience.
I would that too, yeah, but also, I know some of her other works are a bit better at handling moral issues, or more complex anyway. It's just I'm not sure how much I agree with Keirsey on that. I agree with him. It's more evident in real life or when they're applying themselves to situations, not necessarily as evident in the writing. In the writing, INFPs might be a bit more controlled, shall we say, in that area.
Yeah. And
it
again,
depends on
the
depends on
quality.
how passionate they feel about it.
Yeah, sometimes you can see it where they'll bring up an issue, and it's like, and I'm thinking, why are you bringing up a reduced version of an issue that people talk about outside of the program, with all the nuances of it, and you're doing a simplified version? Why do that? You don't need to allegorize something that people are talking about freely in real life. It was different when Star Trek was doing it in the 1960s.
Oh, that's a big one.
Here we go, good stuff. You know what I mean? It's like when they were doing race issues in the 1960s, that was good, because that was something that couldn't be addressed outright, so that was a good use of authorship.
Part of the reason is more evident in FITs, but in NFPs, I think, but it's not exclusive to them. Part of the issue is the worry that if you're not really on the nose about it, if you're not really explicit with your moral issues and your stances, then it's going to not get noticed. It's going to be lost. And I think very often, I think that's actually a type 6 thing as well, because they're more about. I think they're more likely to speak out than some other types about issues.
I just think, in general, the better writers, the writers that make it, have more mental flexibility to put themselves in positions of characters.
Well, thing is, you can do that and still come across as quite one-sided or preachy at times.
Yeah.
It's not either or.
Can you see Maria's text inside?
I can see it's.
It's just a note. I happened to write this a while ago, and I just wanted to pop it in just in case I have no time to talk about it.
Okay.
It's about sense of humor, and you said we will talk about it at the end.
Oh yeah, we can talk about that.
We don't have to. You don't have to read the sentence.
Okay, here we go. Is it?
Well, maybe you should talk about it now, actually.
Yeah. If we could. If you talk about it. Do you want Jonathan to read it through in his nice Scottish voice, Maria?
I have no idea. It's just I forgot to share it yesterday, so I thought I might as well.
Okay, but I can read it out.
Right. Actually, after having written that, I came upon a book about Edward Lear, and that book was actually saying that before Lear, the children's literature was sort of devoid of any fun and nonsense. It was stilted and preachy. And he was like the first one to actually introduce nonsense and that upside down thinking, which was followed by Lewis Carroll 20 years later. And those were like pioneers in that genre. I would say that maybe it's like this sounds to me like something fundamentally left type. I may be mistaken, but that's what my impression is.
Okay, if you explain that, because that's complex socionics.
General love of absurd. Lewis Carroll also, I believe, is a left type.
But
I heard an opinion he was INFJ, and I would say that I could understand where it's coming from.
But so what is it about left type, right type dichotomy?
It's the that benefit ring, you know, where you get the energy for the function. It's either going from SE to FE, or it's going from ME to FE.
Right. I got it, yes, because of the way the launcher function works for ENFJ. Right, that's why I'm looking in your side where you've got F, SE going to E, FE, SE. Right, okay.
But I would say it's not just the ENFJ thing, although right is a good example of I say H, ENFJ, harmonizing type, subtype. But also I see a lot of that kind of humor in every right type, more or less, like ISTP or ENTP. So since my FE, like SE, is relatively sensitive, I tend to recognize that humor as maybe less in your face or more subtle, but which is not necessarily objective.
Right,
but I know that between the left types, the NE humor or punning or what was his name again? Gary Larson type of humor is okay, but right types sometimes recognize it as too much, just too primitive.
It might have been mentioned in the Jean Perry book. So I'll read this out for people. Sense of humour. According to right type architect Frank Lloyd Wright, ENFJ, is powered by a sense of scale. And so, again, the benefit ring, SE going to extroverted sensing, going to extroverted feeling. as a right spinning type. That's basically the right spinning sense of humour, which is built around pretending that small things are critical and big things don't matter much, and everyone is in charge of what he really isn't. My ISTP friend asked me at my daughter's party, where I shopped for such a nice weather.
Weather.
Yeah. So basically, it was, the joke was putting me in charge of ordering weather for my daughter's party.
Oh, okay.
Weather.
Yeah, weather.
Sun, rain, hail.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weather was really nice, so she asked me where I shopped for the weather.
Oh, right.
Oh,
There you go.
Okay.
See, this is where phrasing is very important in humour. Oh,
It reminded me.
Yeah, you read it through, Jonathan.
It reminded me about a hilarious statement by Russian ISTP poet that he has decided early in his life to write English poetry, in Russian of course, and if the British would fail to translate it back from Russian, it would just mean we have more English poetry than they do. What makes it funny is the assumption that he has sufficient authority to assign Englishness to poetry. I noticed the same approach in Frank Stockton's book about pirates. He often gives very tongue-in-cheek descriptions of pirates, playing up their education or piety or whatever they happen to show off, as if indeed nothing else matters. Stockton's type seems to be ENTP, both from pictures and writing style, although I can't say for sure. Meanwhile, left-out humour is based on playing with possibilities of decorations of improbable things. I remember receiving Lear's The Book of Nonsense with an inscription, "To Nonsense Chunky with best wishes." A good example of nonsense might be the following quote from a Russian ENTJ writer. You never know what you can find in pockets of an octopi: a book, a teapot full of tea, a daughter, but alas no key.
Well,
yeah, go on.
that's basically as nonsense as it gets, just pure nonsense, with no agenda.
For me, I want it to make sense. I want the humour to make sense, because then you can enfold it back into the realism.
Well, a great example of nonsense from your own work is when is that boy which was like being knocked down, and it didn't seem to reflect on his level of confidence. That's pure nugget of nonsense, which is as good as it gets. That was a good thing about that chapter. About the only thing I really enjoyed was that pure nonsense. Just it so didn't make sense that it was brilliant.
Okay, well, what about Footnote Lady?
Well, footnotes resemble some good non-fiction that I enjoy, which is sort of light-hearted and funny, but still informative. And I think you might actually try that genre at some point, but it's a completely different matter. What I noticed about right-type writers, they usually don't make that kind of like apparent jokes as much as the left types do. They're actually concealing the act of being funny, and they treat more as being light-hearted and not quite serious, other than like Gary Larson stuff.
I mean, I think that I think an example of an ESFJ that has a sense of humour is Megyn Kelly on Fox News. Like, she'll do things like this, Super Tuesday, and just say things like end an interview with, like there was this guy that were coming up against a hard break where they had to, and this guy was talking, and she was saying something like, "It's over between us. I've got to go. I love you. Never change. But I gotta go." Something like that. Where she does have this every now and then this silly side to her. And
yeah, I actually noticed that control function is usually very noticeable in a person's sense of humor, because it's easily manipulated. Like when you're talking to an ENTP or ENFP who really wants to join his friends across the room, they will say, "Oh, it's too late," or "I'm too old for this," and they will never say that they have different things in mind, but they will say, okay, they will talk in time terms. So control function is sometimes is very often used to achieve certain goals. So it's also its pliability lends itself to humor very well.
Right.
So basically, it was consistent with your ENFJ example, ESFJ example.
Ah, right, excellent. There's a bit that I put that I thought was similar to your sense of humour. What was? Oh yes, that was it. In Jean Parade. It reminds me. It just reminded me of the sort of things you write. The elderly don't drive that badly. They're just the only ones with the time to do the speed limit.
Since I'm an amateur beginning driver, you have to explain that to me.
Well, it's the thing that the irony is this the joke that the subtlety of that joke is that in America no one really obeys the speed limit, and that from his point of view they are a bad driver because they are obeying the speed limit and slowing everyone else down. And then you've got the extra thing of they're retired, and the extra joke that everywhere they're going they've already been before.
Yeah, I see where.
Yeah, that flies over the heads of INFJs because we're just bad drivers and we don't know anything about driving. We put people in danger when we're on the roads because we get lost in thought.
Here's one that I think is NE with TI. If carrots are so good for the eyes, how come I see so many dead rabbits on the highways? So it's like it's making the connection and following the logic of it.
Yeah.
So, Jeff is good one to talk about. You see, usually there is an overemphasis on NE in humour, but it's the kind of humour I like. So I think Jean Prey might be an NE valuer because he's got written here 3 aspects of comedy from his point of view, his version of comedy. So it's got the recognising relationships and ironies. So I would say the recognising of relationships, right, that's NE. Right, and then you've got the visualisation and imagery. And I'd say, well, that's SI. And so you can see those two working in tandem. And he talks about in a joke, you need to try and get some visual imagery in it. And then I was thinking, well, for SJs, because they've got good SI, and they've got that NE as well, you know, it can work with the humour styles, like with the SFJs finding the NTPs funny. And then another part of it is facility with words. And so an example of that is... Yeah, go on.
Do you think the SFJs would ever admit that they find the NTPs funny? Or would they just think that their humour is so abrasive they can't admit to laughing at it?
I think
I'm not at all thinking of anyone in my family.
It all depends on the quality of the ENTP. Most ENTPs think they're funny, and they don't know. It's the better ones know more where the line is and aren't as.
Well, yeah. It probably, I'm thinking more of individuals.
Yeah, I mean, just like when we're talking about ENTP comedians, we're probably talking about the good ones, fewer than 50 people compared to millions of ENTPs who just basically be shocking. And it's like, go on. They are funny, but they're also annoying and offensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, Maria.
No, I wouldn't say all ENTPs are offensive. Some are more than others.
No.
I just think I can think of one who's actually quite
It's
principled.
it's
So
just
then-
ones that are in like, and they tend to be in like the INTP Charlie Brown group, and the ENTP groups on Facebook, where it's like they're just competing with each other.
Hmm.
So it's like they're both, because I'm on any type myself. They're both funny and offensive. They
Yeah.
will. They will. They will. If something's funny, they're like, I don't care. If something's offensive, it's like, I don't care. It's funny. Their point of view is anything is allowed as long as it's funny.
Yeah, I think that might depend more on the individuals, ENTPs.
Yeah, like I said, I would say
Obviously.
maturity, because the ENTPs that are in the Facebook groups are much
Are not.
younger ENTPs.
Yeah. Hmm.
I tried to say, maybe it was muted, but that sometimes they're funny even without knowing it.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Just because of the break, if I.
Yeah.
They would sometimes say something that would be just hilarious, and for instance, I would most of the time I don't care if something was generally said offensive, if I know it really wasn't, and on top of it, it was funny. So
Yeah.
when they say something outrageously rude, and they make me laugh, I think it's great, because
Well, I mean,
most
that
of the
makes
time they
sense,
don't
because you've
mean
got to put up with ESTPs.
Yeah, most of the time they both make really good comic characters.
Yeah. 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 You're right. Yes. I mean, do you think that my Wilma character is a little bit ENTP?
I couldn't really say much about her. She was not really prominent from what I managed to read.
Yeah, I sort of learnt about type towards the end of writing, and so a lot of it was written before type and not written with a certain type in mind. But sort of it's more, I sort of written it as a sort of a more extreme, uninhibited version of myself. With a sort of
What I know about, something I know about writing is that many people actually make their like protagonist a mirror type of themselves.
yeah.
It's very easy to notice, even if in like song lyrics and whatnot, you'll often run into mirror type protagonists. Because probably the relationship, like intellectual relationship between mirror types, is analytical, and the psychological relationship is more on INFJ type, integral type. So it's interesting in a humanitarian way. So the mirror type attracts a lot of attention from a writer, which often makes them to create that kind of character. It's very convenient.
Right, yeah. That makes sense. I was just thinking, when you were writing about INFJ, we talked about INFJ writers there. Do you think they write ESTP characters?
Not sure. I mean, me personally would not be averse to it. I mean, mind to them. I can't think. Thing is, I don't know that. I can't really think of many INFJ writers. The one, as I said, would be J.K. Rowling, and I know even she's disputed. She just types herself as that. I can't think of any ESTPs in Harry Potter, but sure. I would say yeah. I would say yes, because I can't see why I wouldn't. Me personally, why I wouldn't. If I want to line things up, the only thing would be that I would probably be more drawn to writing characters and exploring psychology of certain characters, and that may be a bit harder to do unless you've got a developed ESTP.
I should have
Because
said,
unhealthy ESTPs are shallow.
Jonathan, have you ever seen Battlestar Galactica Mark II?
No.
Right, okay. Everyone who's seen it and knows about typology, it's like Starbuck, the female Starbuck, is like totally ESTP. and she has this weird relationship with Leoben, who is like INFJ. He's talking about rivers and streams, the stream of time, all this sort of stuff. And it's like such this INFJ ESTP relationship in Battlestar Galactica Mark II, because I remember showing examples of that in the SLE IEI group, and people agreed that it was an example of that relationship. Very hard to find clips on YouTube of those two, because they're usually music videos. But
I think most authors will write most types. I mean, they're not. It's not obviously it's not something you're conscious of, but I think a lot of times various characters, various types will creep in one way or the other. It's more interesting how they will relate to those types, how they'll treat them.
Right. I've got some quotes here of, like, again, wordplays. Now, this one wasn't from Greg Gutfeld, but it was a funny one that was on Fox News. I think it was Robert Zimmerman, a Democrat. I don't take any of these Republican candidates for granted, but I don't take these polls at this stage seriously either. They rise artificially, they fall real fast. They're political Viagra.
Before I forget something, I was going to say about INFJ and other vertical writers. I know that some of them have probably been drilled in different ways. Like, if they have been drilled in journalism, they would probably master the Hemingway style and whatnot. Especially because the semi-dual shift is into ESFP. So they probably can do that, but many writers actually embrace their vertical style as it is and actually capitalize on it. So you can tell them apart fairly easily. They do that, I don't know if that's the right word, like grinding thing. They kind of go round and round, and they use like sometimes long sentences which like fall apart, and it does remind you of fractal art. Or you have a feeling that you're in some like merry-go-round.
Right, Maria, are the vertical synergetic types, because I'm just thinking of the supervision ring, INFJ, ESFJ, ENTJ, and ISFJ?
Yeah.
Right.
Pardon me, what? Can you repeat?
I was just wondering if those 4 types, because it's a supervision ring, and those are the, because I'm just not explaining to people
it's
which.
ENTJ, INFJ, ISTJ, and ESFJ.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, because it's a supervision ring.
Yeah.
So if you look at the model A of those types, if you look at square 4, then square 1, it gives the supervisor, and then you can sort of go round in a ring.
Yeah, and I remember singer-songwriter ENTJ who would, a couple of them actually, who would exploit that feature as something unique about themselves.
Jeff has typed Dennis Miller as an ENTJ comedian because he cites the amount of preparation he puts into his work. Right. Right. So the other Gutfeldisms. Sanders won 72% of voters under 45. That's scary because Sanders' resume is thinner than Rubio's hair. And then you got, and then on Hillary locking up the Democratic nomination. She may lock it up on Tuesday, but she could be locked up next month. And she's going to get to know inmates while Bill gets to know playmates. So these are just examples of the word-based humor. And then he did things like, Obama sends more mixed messages than a dyslexic texter. Donald Trump changes positions more often than an indecisive porn star.
Is this like
that would be very ENTJ. You know what? With puns, I would say it's more about integral or personal control PI.
Okay.
Like I said, control function is usually very present in the sense of humor, and what if we consider, as many sociologists say, that Britain itself is integrally ESTJ, that would be a cultural thing to pun. British humor is known for that.
Yes, that's right. I mean,
And
yes,
the same goes for American. Nobody puns as much as the British and American.
Britons do it more. Like, I'll just tell one joke, then I'll let Jeff in. There's a joke with fantastic. I love this pun because it's got visual imagery as well. There's a submarine. It's got the German crew on the top of the submarine. They show this picture on the front of the Sun newspaper, and it says, "All hands on deck."
Mm-hmm.
And that makes me think as if the whole German crew, everyone's called Hans.
Yeah.
Instead of all hands on deck.
Yeah. Basically, when you're in the United States, you will notice that half of business names or a lot of the majority of advertising has puns in it.
Right. So now, Jeff, do you want to do your FP joke?
No, I was gonna say that that those jokes you were reading was that out of the hack joke handbook.
Go on, elaborate, Jeff. Come on. Yes.
Well, I mean, it just sounded like the kind of thing comedians would call those, that guy a hack, whoever that was. It's like all those jokes are like something you would tell at some third grade carnival or something.
Ooh, come on, Jeff. Tell us the good stuff by comparison.
I'm not sure comedian on demand.
Oh, well, sorry.
Morgan's here too, though, and he said that that hurt him. He was pained by this joke.
What? There wasn't even the. Oh, okay.
Who was the comedian again?
Oh, it was just Greg Gutfeld on Fox News.
Well, see, there you go. You don't go to Fox News for comedy.
Yeah.
I find the jokes clever just because of the way the politics.
I tell you, for the presidential campaign, if you want jokes that are actually funny about the politicians, there's on Hulu, Triumph the Insult Comic Dog has a series of videos about the 2016, and a lot of his stuff's actually funny. He had one where he went to the Democrat debate spin room, and he said no one was paying attention to him because he's a dog hand puppet. So he found this black woman and put her in a wheelchair and wheeled her around and had her ask questions because the candidates' representatives would listen to her because they were like, oh, we got this disabled minority person, we need to treat her well.
No.
And so, but every question she asked was something that they wrote for her to ask.
Right. They did a similar thing of, they did a similar thing of, that's Jonathan being directive. Yeah. Yeah.
Jeff doesn't like me being directive. I was too directive with him earlier. I apologise.
Oh, wow. I don't remember that. You might as well go on. What happened? Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Go on, Jeff.
Go on with what?
With what you were about to say, I think.
I wasn't. I was done saying things ever.
Oh, sorry.
That's the last thing I'm ever going to say.
Oh, no. Oh, reach for the razor blades.
Tom Petty trophy.
What is it? You're talking about the... Oh, yes. There's something similar to that where in Holland they would have a kid interview famous people and they would have an earpiece.
Yeah, you showed me that one time.
Yeah.
We've got that here, don't we, with Hand and Dick? They do that sometimes on their Saturday night show. They get the Little Hand and Dick.
Right.
People.
I compared it to some of the stuff David Letterman used to do, because he used to have the deli guy Rupert that he would send around, and he had the earpiece, and Dave would sit in the van and tell him what to say and do. So like there was one where he was a waiter and he was bringing out the drinks, and Dave was like, okay, put your hands like down deep into the glasses as you put them on the table so that you're like dipping your fingers in their drinks as you're putting them. And he was great because he had this really deadpan delivery of everything. So Dave would be like, tell him, you know, something to say like, that's the way we do things around here, buddy. And he had this voice where he'd just be like, that's the way we do things around here, buddy. There's no enthusiasm whatsoever in anything he said.
For me, with Letterman, it was like, I'd watch him a little bit, and it was like 90% of what he said was just like weird and not funny, but like 5 or 10% would be like gold and like out of left field.
Okay, so my guess, because you talked about and guessing about various people on Letterman, was I think he's an ISTP, because his humor is very much like, I think this is funny, therefore I'm going to say it, and if anybody else thinks it's funny, good. If they don't, whatever, I don't care.
I've actually seen him typed as ENTJ.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't get any NT at all from Letterman. Like, he seems very sensory. He thinks about, everything he talks about is like, you know, very concrete, real world type stuff. He doesn't go off on any kind of like philosophical stuff or things we need to improve in the world. It's all just like, hey, have you noticed that this thing over here looks like this? You know, it's all very much, he notices physical stuff, like what somebody's wearing, what they're, you know, what they look like, what they sound like. You know, he hears certain sounds, or in terms of the SP consonants thing, like he hears certain phrases or things he just likes the sound of and just repeats them over and over again.
Yeah.
In his very last NBC show, he had Tom Hanks on, and Tom Hanks told this story about like going golfing, and there was some ornery old caddy guy or something that said something about stop bending the shafts, and so he told Dave that, and Dave loved that so much he just kept saying it constantly. He just kept saying, stop bending the shafts.
You told stories about you and your brother, Jeff. You would repeat things like as a sort of running joke.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've done that all our life. You know, it's like when the two of us get together, like 90% of what we say is just quotes from things that we've heard. You know, sometimes it's sort of a game to like come up with one the other one hasn't heard in long enough that you almost forgot about it. So it's like it comes back as a memory, and then you know, it can get them to crack up from remembering it.
Do you want to tell the story about the guy that came up on roller skates, I think it was, and made a comment about your brother and his physique?
Oh, yeah, well, we were walking to Texas A&M, I don't know if it's a library or a computer lab, one of those, and my brother, you know, has always, well, not always, but at least since like teenager, liked wearing all black outfits, and so he had like a black t-shirt and black pants and probably a black jacket. He liked to wear like sort of a trench coat kind of thing, and yeah, this guy, also wearing black, like, comes up by us in roller skates, or rollerblades, I can't remember which, but anyway, he had a backpack that was open and had like a big bag of Doritos or something in it sticking out of the backpack, and he just like slows down long enough to say to my brother, a little more age and body mass, and the all-black outfit will be believable. And then he just skates off.
And that's the story before about the visual component. Like the reason I find that funny is like the mental imagery, the little details, the Doritos in the backpack.
Yeah. There was, you know, other similar incidents. There was another time where there was a period of time when we were actually both in high school together. Well, for 1 year, because my senior year, my final year was his first year. And there was a period of time where one of us had a bike and the other one didn't, so it was like I was basically walking the bike and he was walking, or vice versa, and this old guy went by on a bicycle and says, how about a bicycle built for two? There was a
Yep.
series of like weird comments that people who passed us by said to us as we were going places.
Yeah. So, what is it again about the things that you think that show that Dennis Miller is an ENTJ?
Yeah, Dennis Miller, unlike Letterman, his jokes more go to the ideas as opposed to like physical things. Like he's not somebody who notices stuff around him and makes a comment on it. Everything is about, it reminds him of something else. It's a reference to some kind of, he makes some sort of connection to something else. Everything is, this is like somebody at the something.
Yeah, in a film from 40 years ago, things like that.
Yeah, and he delights in being as obscure as possible. Like
Yeah.
most comedians, the idea is to be mass appeal so everybody laughs. Where Dennis Miller likes coming up with something like only 3 people get. He delights in that.
I love that. What they show, because they have, like, Jeff, do you watch him on Fox News? Because he's on every Wednesday.
No, I don't have cable and haven't for many years, so I don't watch cable news except for like a little bit of the stuff around the elections. But I just watch like what they allow me to watch, in my primitive setup. So like when I go to the website, they say, you're not authorized to view the live network feed, but here's this view of Marco Rubio's victory party in Florida. It's kind of a oxymoron victory party because he hasn't had any victories, but
you can get live streams.
He won Puerto Rico. See, actually, that was the one thing that they should have covered. Since I don't watch the news, I don't know how much of a big deal they made about it, but I'm going to sort of paraphrase my old coworker Cole and say, I don't know if you know this, but Puerto Ricans and Cubans don't like each other very much. So to me, it was actually a pretty profound moment that a Cuban American, Marco Rubio, won a huge victory at the Puerto Rico primary because, I'm like, hey, this is another sign of these barriers being broken down, that all these Puerto Ricans voted for a Cuban. I thought that was pretty cool.
Or someone, they might say, but he is from Florida. But yeah.
Yeah, but even within Florida, like those communities, they don't get along very well for the most part. Like they especially don't like it when people confuse them with each other. Like if you refer to a Puerto Rican as a Cuban or vice versa, they don't like that very much.
Yeah. So with Dennis, what they do on Fox News is when there's like a holiday, they'll or say Christmas, they'll like do like 1 hour, and it's like highlights of Dennis Miller. And what they'll do is they'll put lots of clips in to show the things he's referring to.
Oh yeah.
And it's fantastic.
So it's kind of like the Dennis Miller companion.
Yeah, and it has things like pop up on screen, like animations. It's like really well done.
Yeah.
I actually get most of the things that he refers to, which is slightly worrying.
Well, he's a big sports guy. He was on Monday Night Football for several years, and so I get more of his sports references than I do like the old obscure movies or political references. So or historical things. So when he'll refer to like random fullbacks from the 1980s, I know who he's talking about just because I followed sports, so I remember the people.
Here's an example of the ideas, Jonathan, and the audience. This is Dennis Miller talking about, they recently found out that the ice was getting thicker at the South Pole. NASA reported this. And this is what he said. It doesn't matter if it's getting thicker to the left. They're just going to tell you that they think yardsticks are the devil's scepter. They're going to insist it's getting thinner. It doesn't matter. I've noticed what's happening in the world, Billy. There used to be a schism between rationalists, people who would sit and ponder and think and reflect and come up with an opinion, that you'd have a schism between people who saw it in a different way. Now you have a schism between empiricists, people who take actual measurements and still disagree on it. I don't care if the science proves it's getting thicker. I'm going to say it's getting thinner. So that's why I practice the new religion of prognosticism. I'm a prognostic. If someone comes up to me and they're for global warming, they'll say it's getting thinner. I lock my pod face on and say, yes, it is dangerously thin. And so the ideas, a lot of ideas in there from Dennis Miller.
Yeah, I think he sort of has this attitude of like, Everybody else dumbs things down. I'm just not going to do that because I don't, I don't feel like. But at the same time, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I followed him for a long time. He doesn't come off to me as arrogant as some other ENTJs I've encountered, where it's like he sort of has that superiority, but he doesn't really present it in a way where he's really trying to convince you, oh, I'm so much smarter than everybody.
Yeah, he just
almost does it in a way that's sort of like, I mean, I don't lie and say I'm not smart, but I'm not claiming to be like I'm king of everything. I'm just telling you here's what I've observed.
He generally calls them geniuses. These geniuses just refers to anyone who's foolish as a genius.
Yeah.
Darn it! I should have written down what I was going to say. Oh yeah, you've given an example of. Oh yes. Now I might go and see Dennis Miller and Bill O'Reilly in London on August 5th. They're going to do a show in London. Because they go around now. So maybe you might want to go see them, Jeff, if they're ever in.
I don't know if I would enjoy that because Bill O'Reilly's so boring. Like I don't know how that. I mean, it's like. I mean, I understand he's sort of like the straight man in that pairing, but still, like, it seems like Dennis is actually better by himself than he is playing off somebody who's just kind of a dud, like Bill O'Reilly is. But
I think
so.
Yeah.
So Bill O'Reilly's a comedian.
I've never seen their live show, so maybe he actually does something entertaining. I don't know, but what I really want to see is they have these occasional shows they do with Dennis Miller, Dana Carvey, and Kevin Nealon.
Yeah.
And basically it's like they all three tour separately, and when it happens to work out that they're all in the same place at the same time, they do a show together, as opposed to doing like a real tour with all three of them.
There's a great clip.
There's never been one close enough to me at a time where I could go.
Right.
But that would be the show that I would really want to see.
Right. There is a clip out there on YouTube of Dennis Miller and Dana Carvey together, where Dana Carvey is doing an impression of Dennis Miller.
Yeah, I've seen that several
times. That's a great one. Where you see the verbal dexterity of Miller, and then Dana Carvey does a simplified version.
And that was actually what when I started to kind of get an insight into the personality of Dennis, was when the two of them were together talking about their time together at Saturday Night Live and the differences between the two of them in terms of their kind of comedy and the way they operated, because Dennis Miller was actually saying he was envious of Dana Carvey's ability, basically his adaptability and his improv ability, that, they would be riding in the back of a car together and Dana Carvey would just be constantly looking around at things outside and doing jokes, like riffing on things he saw, just in spontaneous jokes about the things he said. And Dennis was saying he wished he could do that. He's like, I'm not that kind of comedian, I can't do that, but watching Dana is just like I'm sitting there in awe of his ability to do this. So it was like a contrast between, the Carvey, probably SFP style of comedy versus Dennis Miller's NTJ comedy, where he has to craft his stuff, and take some time with it and come up with things as opposed to just riffing off things he sees.
So another one is another interesting example. Please talk about how Leno is an SJ comedian.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't follow him as much, but I saw him a little over the years, and yeah, I mean, my guess is probably an SFJ. I mean, that's what he strikes me. His humor is very traditional, and just as a person, he's kind of like, he's got the car and motorcycle collection, and just everything is kind of about, it's kind of like acquiring things and sort of having, the status is more important to him. And yeah, he's just never been somebody who seemed to ever really be trying to push the envelope or change anything in comedy or try to push boundaries or anything. It's very much kind of like find the thing that works and repeat it.
He gets more laughs out of saying to the audience, "Oh, that didn't work very well," when he doesn't get a laugh.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I remember that Keirsey typed Johnny Carson as an ISFP. but sort of the image that became of Carson because he was there so long was that he was just kind of the old grandfather of comedy and the old friend that was there at nighttime to, but in Carson's early days, he was more of an envelope pusher and trying to, kind of get away with things, and he wasn't always seen as like, kind of the old traditional thing. He just sort of settled into that because that was the role that he had for a long time. But you could tell the contrast in terms of him and Leno, and that Leno was trying to sort of become, the next Johnny Carson in terms of being that guy who, the old ladies can turn on the TV and he's always there every night, was kind of what he wanted to be, as opposed to just sort of settling for that when it became, what he played for 20, 30 years.
I've heard stories about Jay Leno that he was actually quite a horrible person, but not in the sense that he was horrible himself, but that he could be really quite two-faced. Like, he'd be really friendly to you, but secretly he's got these guys working behind your back he'll send people to bully you into doing things, or he'll make sure that he'll always get top billing in certain shows.
He did come off as
ruthlessly
careerist sometimes.
Yeah, ruthlessly careerist.
So there were people that said that he was worried about losing his status, and he was paranoid about it, and so he would kind of he never wanted to be out of the loop. You always want to know what was going on as far as like with the network and everything like that. So the people had said he actually had hidden in the closet to listen to conversations that he wasn't supposed to hear. Because he didn't want to not know what was going on. Which to me is another reason I thought he was ISFJ, because that's like, to me, like my experience with ISFJs is they have that like I want to know everything about everybody's business all the time kind of attitude.
I heard he had a guy, I can't remember the guy's name, it would more or less serve as an enforcer. Like, Jay Leno himself would be the friendly guy and all that, but he'd have this other guy would be the bad cop to him, who'd more or less serve as his agent, but really ruthlessly about it.
If you want to see something funny, you want to see what Jay Leno looked like when he was younger, just watch the film Silver Bears in the 1970s.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I have to interject. Apart from Jeff, you didn't appreciate much the Gutfeldism. So could you give us some examples of some nice word players, jokes that you've heard over the years?
No.
Oh, no.
I knew you would say that.
You should know by now, Ben, like I say the things that come to me, I can't just like snap my fingers and recall like specific like categories of things.
Oh, no.
This isn't new. I mean, we've talked for a few years now. You should know that by now.
Yeah, but it's just that I want the audience to experience the full Jeffness and be able to come out with your greatest hits. And then,
well, if somebody wants to work for me as my video editor, then we can do that. We can come up with the greatest hits,
Look, I like the one where you talked about. You were talking about Dario. You were listening at work to a Dario Nardi lecture about remembering things, about the types remembering things, and then you talked about INTJs, the way they remembered things. And then Celebot made that a clip on his channel. You talking about NI.
Yeah, it wasn't specifically INTJs, but it was like introverted intuition users in general, I guess. Because, and I've said it several times, but I haven't seen it in a while, so my paraphrasing gets more off each time. So the better thing to do is just to actually find the Nardi thing and watch it yourself. But basically what he had done, one of the exercises he had done while he had, done his research with students was he had shown them some kind of picture, I guess, very detailed, a bunch of different things in the picture, that you could possibly remember that were in it. And he would show the picture to them for a period of time and then remove it. And then basically the exercise was for everybody to write down what they remembered that was in the picture. And so, in a very, very simplified basis, what he said was that in the immediate time after the picture, that the SE users were the ones that remembered the most physical details from the picture accurately, after they saw the picture and didn't, after they didn't see it anymore. And the SI users, I guess were sort of second. But that when he did the exercise, like a week later, he asked them to what do they remember from the picture, and the SI users were better at remembering a week later what was in the picture than the SE users were. He said, like, the NE users were the worst at remembering any of the physical details from the picture. Like, they just didn't have much, or if they wrote things down, it was mainly, maybe how the picture made them feel or something, but they didn't actually remember much of what was in it. He said the NI users remembered several things, but they were wrong. So they wrote down several things, but they weren't actually what was in the picture. So it was something to that effect. Like I said, I've distorted it from what the original thing was because I haven't heard it in a long time. But
and the way you delivered it though in the video was you put it, and they were wrong.
Well, yeah, it's called stressing words, Ben.
Yes, I know. You didn't do it when you did it again.
Well,
just wanted to freshen it up.
It's all about inspiration and what you feel like doing, as opposed to being like I said, like an on-demand box where you can push a button and reproduce something.
Yep.
I've had a thought about something we were talking about earlier. I think the difference between, well, I think of George R. R. Martin, I think one of the differences between me and him would be that if I'm thinking of characters or thinking of people, I would want to fix them. Whereas if I type wants them to be true to themselves and all that, I'm wondering if that's why he's okay with putting them through hell or keeping them morally grey and all that. I guess it's not so much that they're trying to learn lessons or anything like that, or they're going to grow or anything. It's more, well, obviously they'll grow, but it's still a sense of being true to themselves and true to the situation. And respecting for their individual ethics.
Jeff is a big fan of soaps, and do you think
that? So I was just about to reference.
Okay.
Go ahead. I don't know what you're going to say.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah, if you want to please talk about soaps and the types of characters that they have.
Well, what I was going to say from what Jonathan said made me think of what I noticed that I would do in my head when I was watching these, mostly soaps from the 80s, because I was rewatching a show that I used to watch, One Life to Live, and I noticed that I was because I was aware of the personality types and I wasn't when I was originally seeing those things would come to fore, that soaps were actually a very good format for personality types because there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of like one-on-one conversations between people where there's a lot of where it's not always about just exposition of like occurrences. It's like it actually gets into the philosophies of the characters and what makes them tick and so that. So there's a lot of opportunity, and when the writing is consistent enough over a period of time, and with a lot of soaps they kept the same writers for many years, so you would have characters really consistent in terms of their type over a long period of time. Now, not always. Sometimes you had characters that, for whatever reason, they decided we're just going to change them into something else, and then they would just become that. But that was usually dictated from above, like the network would say, "Oh, we want this to happen now." So, but what I noticed is with the ESFP characters is I found myself like sort of rooting for them in a way, but also like having this feeling like if I was writing for them, I would write things that would have them talk about themselves in a way that where they really tried to get across, where they tried to get people to understand them better. Basically, it seemed like a lot of the scenes with my favorite soap character ever, Tina from One Life to Live, is that people would misunderstand what her motives were. They were always attributing these false motives to her that she didn't actually have, and a lot of the time, but she didn't really know very well how to express her own desires to people, so she just kind of let them kind of let them think some of these things that were wrong about her. She sort of fell into just sort of being like, well, that's what everybody thinks about me, so I sort of play this role. But on the rare occasions where she actually sort of got a chance to kind of explain herself better, or somebody else did, then it was cool because you sort of had that, other side of things, And the parts with her sister talking about, there was one great scene where Tina was actually on trial for murder, and her sister is like trying to explain her personality on the stand. And it was great because you had her sister's in ESFJ, so you had an ESFJ's perspective on an ESFP. You could title that video clip because it was sort of like she started off she was explaining as if everyone she was talking to was like her, because, that tends to be what ESFJs assume, is everybody is like them. I realize I'm stereotyping there, but she was like, first of all, in many ways, Tina is like a child. And the thing is, there's a lot of people that would there are a lot of other types that if somebody described them that way, they might be offended. But they immediately cut to Tina sitting there, and she's got this look on her face like she's so touched that she was just described that way. Like, as opposed to being offended by that, she's just like, it's so great someone understands me, And so it was a great scene because you had this, she's sort of teary-eyed about her sister complimenting her by saying she's like a child. But that's, what she was doing. She was saying, like, both for good and bad. She's like, the good aspects of it are her being very open-minded and open, just very genuine in terms of her joy and pain and everything. It's just very, raw and childlike. But she was also saying, here's the reasons why that gets her in trouble, is basically. But again, it was just, I thought it was a great scene for that reason, because you had those personalities sort of being explained in a way, and obviously specific to those characters. Not everybody fits those exact situations, but it was a good example, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you said that soap characters are usually SPs. And
well, I wouldn't say usually SPs, but I'd just say there's a lot of SPs. Like, I think censors in general, soaps don't tend to have a lot of intuitive characters.
No, they don't.
And so when they do, they stand out.
Oh yeah.
You kind of, and a lot of times they stereotype in that way, and that when they have an intuitive character, they're kind of like the kooky one or whatever.
Yeah.
So the One Life to Live had a character named Luna, who I think was an ESFP, and she joined the show by literally dropping out of the sky. She skydove into a dinner party or whatever, but she was always presented as sort of like the kooky one. She was like New Age, believed in crystals and past lives and all this kind of stuff. So.
See, the audience
they're not all portrayed that way, but I mean there are kind of stereotypes in that way.
So the audience might have saw that I did a spit take into my mug. Is when you said dropped out of the sky, is I saw that in my mind. And so that's one of the elements of comedy, I think, for SJs and MP. Do you think, Jeff, that the SJs like humour with a visual element in the joke, where it conjures up a funny mental image?
Yeah, probably, for the most part. One thing we talked about before is that I think anyway, sorry, I saw something on the screen that Jane Morgan's playing.
Right.
One thing I've noticed is that, SJs have this kind of thing of like, in general, you're supposed to be serious and take care of your work and things like that, and so humor and things like that is supposed to be like a separate activity, or I'm not explaining this well, but like, there's sort of like a time and a place for everything. It's a very kind of Guardian way of looking at everything. And when they're in the mood for like, okay, let's watch this comedy thing, they're going to be open to things they wouldn't in certain other situations. So I think actually some of the humor that's sort of like let's be all naughty and tell little salacious jokes and things like that. Like some of that actually is very much appreciated by SJs because they sort of have this like, oh, I have my little time to be naughty kind of attitude. Like, oh, you know, tee hee, this is so dirty kind of attitude. Yeah. I know I'm sounding like I'm being condescending about it or whatever, but I'm not really. I'm just saying that I think like people tend to assume, oh, if there's something that's sort of like a gross out comedy, that's going to appeal more to SPs, but I don't think that's actually true. I mean, some of them, yes, but I think that there's definitely a large audience for SJs that sort of they appreciate that sort of thing in a certain context. That they might not say those things like on a regular basis in other situations, but when they allow themselves to be like, okay, now it's time to laugh at this thing, then they appreciate it. So
what we've got here with Linda Behrens, she's written for the ISTJ. Their attitude is that you have to get your work done before you can really enjoy playing, yet they do like to laugh and joke, even on the job, a side of them sometimes missed by others.
yeah, well, I'm not, yeah, and I wasn't trying to say that, like, you know, when working, SJs have no sense of humor. It's just, you know, most of the jokes are not going to be anything that would be deemed inappropriate for work. You know? It's going to be like work-appropriate jokes.
Yes.
So, you know.
I do think Megan Kelly is an ESFJ, and she has that silly side to her.
Yeah, it could be. I don't really know enough about her to make a guess on her type.
But like, she just thinks like, just in the middle of a broadcast, she'll go, Super Tuesday. It's just like these goofy things every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I also think, you might disagree with this, I'm starting to think John Kasich might be an ESFJ. Certainly, I agree with him that he's a sensing type, like an SF. He does have a lot of feeling to him. And he had a town hall with Greta, and it was just brilliant. He had such a command of policy.
I think SFP for Kasich, and I've always leaned toward ISFP, though I think he could be an ESFP. But he just, the only thing to me that makes him sound guardian is he's got the kind of, traditional folksy kind of delivery, but his connection with people is very introverted feeling to me. It's like he's very individual in the way he does it. Like Steve over here, you know, he works 3 jobs and did this and this. It's just very much about let's cite specific individual examples and then relate them to the overall thing, as opposed to like the we're all in this together kind of attitude that you get from, you know, the other side of that. ESFJs, it's more like, you know, we need to be like this. You know, we need to respect our troops, or we need to do this, and then everybody is expected to sort of like fall in line with that. And Kasich just has a more like, here's my experience, here's this person's experience. He picks out somebody in the audience, like he sees some random person and is like, you there, miss, you know, you, like if you watch his like town hall things, like he always picks out individual people to say something to them or about them or whatever. It's not, you know, it's the same way Bill Clinton did. You know, he was very good at that too. You don't have the kind of like he could be delivering the speech to anybody anywhere kind of feeling. Like he's very much looking at what his specific audience is and addressing.
Oh yeah, like it was such a great format, the town hall, where they had these asking him questions, and he would do that, ask them. It was about students would ask him questions, and he was talking about, you've got to have vocational education starting at an early age, and talking about all these things, talking about community, really good policy ideas, and connecting with people individually.
But I mean, you can see even like watching a debate, their different perspectives coming out in terms of the way that they present the stuff they say. And with Kasich, in like the last debate, it was all about like, I have accomplished X, Y, and Z in these different contexts, so vote for me because I'm going to do it again. You know, that was to me a very like extroverted thinking way of presenting his case. So that, you know, that's why. I think he's very much like, again, he's personal connections and he's about the bottom line. So I relate to that completely because I'm the same way. You know, that way of presentation is like, you know, let's be warm and gentle with people, but then when it's time to get serious, okay, here's what we got to do. A, B, C, let's get it done. ESFJs, I think, spend more time about here's how we need to fit a certain way of being, and then we figure out the specifics based on that. So to me, it's sort of a backwards way of doing things, but I realize obviously to them, it's the way the way you're supposed to do things. So it's not backwards, but to me, it seems that way.
There's an idea in socionics that there's something called the role function. So, for instance, with the ESFJs, when they get older, like their role function is TE, so they actually get better at TE, and they can go into like a TE mode, into like a serious mode where they think about things like that. And maybe he could like go into that mode. I'm just saying that the way I feel about him is if like he's an ESFJ.
All I can say is I don't feel the same.
Okay, fair enough. But you are giving a convincing argument for him being an ISFP,
Yeah,
whereas
and
all I'm going with is I like him.
It is when I look at like the 4 remaining Republican candidates, like there is something to be said for figuring out someone's type by how much you relate to them, and it's not an automatic thing like, well, you're going to relate to everybody of your type, but there always is some sort of connection there. And when the 4 guys are up there, I can listen to them and I can relate to certain things they say or agree or disagree with things they say. But Kasich is the one that when he's talking, I'm like, I could be that guy. Like, not necessarily the specifics of what he's advocating, but in terms of the way he's presenting things and what he is talking about, like, I relate to it completely. Like, you could replace him with me, and if I knew the specific things he was going to reference, I could play him because he is me in a lot of ways. Whereas the other 3, that's not true. I would be doing an impression of them. I can do impressions of them, but it's not me. It would be playing a character. Whereas if I was being Kasich, I basically would just be myself and just change the details to be his life instead of mine.
I think he's a really nice, solid guy. Really knows his stuff, and you can trust him.
Yeah, I mean that's the impression I get from him too.
So I think Jeff, you do a good impression of Ted Cruz.
I was doing that last night actually to myself. I wasn't actually doing it for anybody else, but because the guy they have on SNL playing him is terrible. I'm like, has he ever even actually seen Ted Cruz? Because he doesn't. I watched they did this. It was a parody of. I don't know. I guess it was supposed to be CNN sort of week in review of the presidential race, and they had Daryl Hammond back playing Trump and doing his press conference. But then they had an interview with Ted Cruz, but he just played him like a constipated Alec Baldwin. It was basically like what he came off as. He didn't sound at all like Ted Cruz. Like, I mean, the mannerisms weren't like him, and he didn't sound like him at all. And
what does he sound like, Ted Cruz?
He sounds like I started thinking about last night. I'm like, because I remember Robin Williams used to do this thing where he would talk about like how everybody's voice was sort of a combination of 2 other voices. That if you took one voice and combined it with another, you would create like all the impressions he did. That was how he did it.
Right.
So I was trying to think, what is Ted Cruz? What are the 2 voices? And I said it's Jimmy Swaggart and Big Bird. So I'm like, combine
what does that sound like?
And then you say, Hillary Clinton wants us to all line up and get in a boat and be shipped out to sea to have our throats cut and dumped in the ocean.
Sometimes I have heard it like
I can't do like his actual accent exactly right, but that's the like tone of it.
Right.
It's this kind of
yeah.
There's sort of a rhythm to it, like. But the swagger thing, it's like he does this thing where he'll sometimes go into sort of a preacher mode, and that's where he sounds.
Yes,
more
that's
like
it. That's what I was going to say. The preacher mode.
and he sort of goes back and forth, because when he's trying to like make like a point where it's like he's scaring people, then it's like, we are one liberal justice away from everyone being forced to write in crayon at all times.
That's that bit. That bit. At all times, that was very Cruz.
For my entire life, I've fought for your Second Amendment rights, and if someone tries to come in and take your gun in the middle of the night, you should fix them breakfast.
Yeah, it's that right bit. That's where he does. That's where you sound really like him. I think before you've done like variations on the Texas accent that do actually sound like him, like extreme versions of a Texan accent.
Well, see, that's the thing, is he's got that, I'm the high-educated lawyer Texas accent, as opposed to like, the more folksy type of thing, that. Trying to think of a good Texas
Apparently he comes from Houston. I think he's come from. Does he have a Houston accent?
Yeah, not really, because again, like Houston is big enough. There's so many different like accents there. Like he has a lawyer accent. That's what he has, a Texas lawyer accent. Now Michael Berry, who has a talk show in Houston, he's actually from Orange, so he's got more of a redneck accent, but he also has the Texas lawyer thing. So he's like a more down home version of it. But he goes back and forth. Like when he's trying to be more serious, he kind of talks in more of the Texas lawyer accent. But when he is trying to be like all folksy, then he goes back more into his redneck thing. Michael Berry's the one that actually hosted Ted Cruz's like victory thing in Texas, at the place he owns called the Redneck Country Club.
What does he sound like?
Michael Berry?
Can you do him?
Maybe I can sort of try. He's from Orange, Texas is right on the border of Louisiana, so he's even described himself as like having a combination between Texas and East Louisiana, or I'm sorry, West Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana, whatever. Yeah, I can't really do Michael Berry that well.
Okay.
But, I listened to him a little longer. I might be able to come up with it. I've heard him off and on over the last few years, but like recently I've been listening to him more because he's one of the talk show hosts that isn't afraid to take on Donald Trump and not be like afraid of Trump supporters or something. Like a lot of them act like they are. Michael Berry takes them on head on. He's like, "You Trumpkins, I want to talk to you Trumpkins."
Right, okay, so Greg Gutfeld actually said something, you might agree here, we're talking about taking people on. He said, right, I've got to get this the right width, because when something's too wide,
I've got to get some more water, because I'm like, my mouth is dying.
Okay, fair enough. I'll let you go.
Back.
Yeah, excellent. Yep. I always like it when it becomes the Jeff show. I always mention Jeff. Right. Right. So yeah, it was just this bit where he actually talks about criticism. Right, when he gets back, I'll mention it. Right. So we've done ENTJ then. Done ENTJ. We may have done. We've done a little bit. It's just like the way we sort of spread it out. It's not just novels, but humour as well. Oh yeah.
What?
Are you back, Jeff?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So this is what he said. This relates to that. So this is Gutfeld. People have to understand, if you care about this country, criticism is invaluable. It is the engine of truth. And people who get upset at home or anywhere else, when you criticize Trump, or when you criticize Rubio, or when you criticize Cruz, you have to understand, be suspicious of the people who do not criticize, who are the lapdogs, because it's only people who criticize that will save you from ultimate destruction.
Amen. No one's above criticism. And I think actually that's another thing that learning about types has helped me with, because it's actually allowed me to kind of understand relating to people, even when I disagree with them, but relating to where they come from, type-wise. Where it's allowed me to sort of be like, here's the people, I understand where they're coming from, but I can criticize the things that they're wrong about, in my view. and vice versa. The people that I might agree with but are very different from me in terms of personality-wise, and I can say, like, here's how I would present it, or here's the flaw in what they're presenting, things like that. So.
In terms of soaps, did you ever watch Dallas?
Very little, very little. I recorded the last episode of Dallas and then never watched it.
Oh, wow.
I had a period of time where I was recording like the final episodes of different shows because, for the kids out there, we got our first VCR in 1986. So in the late 80s was when I was, I had my first videotape and was able to record things off television. And yes, videotape singular. I had one tape.
Oh, wow.
So if I had to record over things, if I ran out of room. But at one point, I think I got two tapes at once. I got a 2-pack. So that was Jeff number 2 and Jeff number 3, and then I was able to use Jeff number 1 for really special stuff that I'm like, I'm going to record this and keep it. And so I started recording the final episodes of things because there were quite a few. In '89, there was the last episode of Newhart, last episode of Family Ties, last episode of Dallas, and then a few years later, I used it to record last episode of Growing Pains, and I think a couple other things. So, and it actually has a piece of a very short-lived show called TV 101 that I still quote things from to this day, despite the fact that it didn't last very long. But I have that part of one episode on tape. So Morgan has grown up with me saying things from that show, like "Good tip, Bloomin'," and yeah, today's lunch is salmon patties.
Do you think Kevin Spacey?
And there's like a little piece of a football game at the very end of the tape, which is again a window in time because it's a game between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Phoenix Cardinals.
Oh, I remember the Phoenix Cardinals.
Yeah, see, the Cardinals were St. Louis Cardinals, just like the baseball team. Then they moved to Arizona, and originally they called them the Phoenix Cardinals. And the funny thing is, they weren't actually in Phoenix. They played at Tempe at the Arizona State Stadium. But then they moved later on to Glendale, and then they called them the Arizona Cardinals, which is what they call them today. So it was only a few years where they were referred to as the Phoenix Cardinals.
It makes better to expand it to the whole state. And what about the Boston Patriots? Let's expand it to the whole region and call it New England.
Yeah, I mean, it does. Because it encourages that idea that, everybody, that the Guardian mentality, like, you're all in this group, as opposed to just this city, If you live in Connecticut, well, you can still be a New England Patriots fan. You don't have to be rooting for that Boston team. You're rooting for New England's team.
Yep. So, do you think Kevin Spacey is an SP?
I would guess probably yes, but that's just a guess. I really don't know enough about him to be educated on that.
I've seen him typed as an ESTP quite a few times, but I don't.
That wouldn't surprise me. I mean,
yeah, it's quite hard to tell because he's quite. I can't really say I know much about him outside of his. I think he seems like he's got quite a private life.
And that's one thing with public figures in general is, you see kind of what they want to present to the public, and some people are much more open in terms of what you see is what you get, pretty much like how they are in public is just how they always are. But other people kind of do have sort of a public version of themselves, and they're different in private, so it's hard to tell.
I think not just different types, but subtypes of each type can be difficult to tell apart, or some are more obvious than others. Like I think someone like Donald Trump is an obvious ESTP, whereas if Kevin Spacey is an ESTP, he's not. So it might be that I think Donald Trump's the SE subtype, so Kevin Spacey might be the TI subtype, because I think they're meant to be less obvious ESTPs.
Yeah, could be.
Jeff, we have a favourite. One of our favourite subjects is Doctor Who. Which type do you think Patrick Troughton was?
Oh, I don't know. because I really don't know much about him personally at all. I think he was the best actor to ever play the Doctor, but I don't. That doesn't mean I know much about. Pertwee I know a little bit more about, and I think he's an ESFP. That's again,
definite SP. SP life. I mean, he was like that in real life. He was like motorbikes, all the SP stereotypical behavior.
Yeah, he kind of people used to say he liked to make an entrance, and
It's amazing.
So.
They actually said like only he and Jimi Hendrix could get away with like a frilly shirt and the way he dressed.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing again, as a clue to S penis. Is that the more people talk about something as like, oh, you do that, don't you think that's over the top or too much? The more we want to do it more than that, to be like, oh, that was over the top, take this. And that's what Pertwee did, was like, people kept talking about his hair getting taller, like, because so like in the first season he was on Doctor Who, like his hair was kind of matted down somewhat. It wasn't its full poofiness, and then it was like it got poofier over the time that he was on Doctor Who. And when people made comments about it, he was like, he specifically went to the hair people to be like, make it poofier than that, make it stand up even more. Like,
what's weird is if you put him next to a picture of B. Arthur, you see the resemblance. B. Arthur, look. Which type? This might be a silly question. Which type do you think? Oh, Jonathan, I think you're plugged.
No, I'm fine. Just turn the light on.
Super echo.
Echo. You might have your earphones.
What?
Yes.
Echo.
Yes, I did. I was only closing the blinds, turn the light on, so unplugged the earphones in case I missed anything.
So Jeff, this is a silly question. Which type do you think Tom Baker is?
ENFP?
I think there's definite NE person. NE.
Yeah, ENFP would be my guess. But he could be an ENTP. But yeah, it's my guess is ENFP, but again.
Mm-hmm.
And I when I was in theater and stuff, I knew quite a few people that were kind of Tom Baker style, if that makes any sense. And I think they were probably ENFPs for the most part.
Yeah, because I would think that ENFPs would be better actors and actresses than ENTPs.
I mean, I think there's more of them. It's hard to say necessarily the better, but I think, maybe a little bit more naturally inclined to be actors.
I think ENTPs can be very good at, like, sketch characters, extreme characters, like, say, Peter Cook. One of the things that was said is, when they did the film Bedazzled, they would always say, like, when you had Peter Cook with Dudley Moore, it was like, Peter Cook was like the tall, handsome guy who wrote most of the material, and then you had Dudley Moore, this like shorter guy, and everyone thought like Peter Cook was the big star. But what happened was, in the films, Dudley Moore was a better actor. The people connected with the vulnerability of Dudley Moore, whereas they actually said that Peter Cook could not do the connection thing. He could not do feeling. And at one point, he actually said that he doesn't know who he is anymore. That it's like he just had these different characters in his head. And so I sort of see Peter Cook as ENTP, where it's hard for them to really connect with an inner feeling, the way that, say, an INFP can, and just an F in general, just an FP in general. Whereas Dudley Moore, he became a very successful Hollywood actor.
Yeah, I think that when I see like people doing celebrity typings of like actors and comedians and stuff, that the people over exaggerate the amount of NTs. I generally think that there's probably quite a bit less than what people I think. There's probably quite a few STs, STPs that people sort of want to be NTPs because maybe they are and they want to relate to them, but they really like I said earlier about Letterman, like to me, he came off as pretty obvious STP, but there are people that kind of want him to be NT. It seems like because they're like, oh, he's smart, so I really want him to to be an NT, but I don't think he is. There's tons of smart STPs,
Yeah, you've convinced me that he's an SP, Letterman. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Letterman's early stuff on NBC, I think it couldn't be more obvious. Like, I mean, his favorite thing to do was to do things like drop watermelons off high buildings, and he did stuff where he would like cover himself in a suit of cereal and jump in a giant bowl of milk. And it was he was very into physical comedy and just doing goofy stuff. And over time, I think like a lot of people, he sort of again settled into sort of a thing that was not as experimental as his early stuff.
What do you think? What type Steve Martin is?
He's one that I remember specifically Keirsey calling an ESFP, and that wouldn't surprise me. I really don't know a lot about him personally, but I know he's very much about like not necessarily doing what people expect you to do. I've heard him say that's important to him. Is kind of coming up with ways to sort of change up people's expectations of what you're going to do. But I don't know a lot about him, so I don't have any reason to dispute that typing. But I'm not going to like confirm. I know, that I feel some strong way about him either way. Another one that for some reason, oddly, people will type as an NT. Some people have said ENTJ is Jim Carrey, and I don't understand where that comes from either. To me, he seems like
SP, yeah.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty obvious SP to me, but for some reason, there's certain like interviews I guess he's given, or certain a couple times he gave a speech or whatever where people are like, oh look, he's talking about deep stuff, therefore he's an intuitive, and I'm like, no. Yeah. I'm like, the thing is, to me, is like you can see that even when he was doing that, he's still doing a performance. That's why it's like the difference between someone who's like, okay, I perform for a living, but now here's my serious side, versus someone who's like, here's my serious side, and they can't resist still performing within that, because that's just their natural way of being. It's like, it's not just a job. This is just what comes naturally. For me, performing has never actually been my job, and yet I still do it. I still have my whole life. Any opportunity I get to perform within whatever I'm doing, I tend to take it.
So we talked about the soaps. We talked about Doctor Who. What other?
Rainbow Bright characters.
What's that?
Rainbow Bright?
Yeah, what's that?
You never saw Rainbow Bright as a cartoon from like the 80s. Apparently I heard they're actually doing a new version of it. But yeah, I think Rainbow Bright was probably an SJ, and my favorite character from the show was Stormy, an obvious SP. In the movie Rainbow Bright and the Star Stealer, they have the scene where Rainbow Bright's like, okay, it's spring, so now you have to stop like jumping on the... Stormy jumps on the clouds and makes storms. And she's like, okay, and it's my turn now, you have to go away. And she's like, no, I'm having too much fun. Keeps on jumping up and down, so then they have to have a chase scene where she jumps on her horse and then chase her down and bring the spring.
Do you have any opinions on which type Robert Holmes was?
No, I don't.
Or maybe the start. What about the style of humour he used?
Splorkian. I just made that word up.
Yep. The improviser temperament.
That's what I do.
Yep.
No, I don't really know much about him, so.
I think the emphasis on characterization, and he became like you and me. We were talking. We had a hangout off air a few days ago, and you were talking about trying hard to get through the Space Pirates, and he became a lot better at characterization as he went along. And he's sort of the first one who got good at characterization was like Carnival of Monsters.
I can say this, that a somewhat, in Doctor Who fandom, somewhat maligned writing team from classic Doctor Who, Baker and Martin, I like.
Oh yeah, they're very funny.
I like most of their stories, so I don't know if that says anything about their types. I just know that they appeal to me in a lot of the way that they wrote stuff.
Did you know that one of them became a comedy writer and wrote Wallace and Gromit?
I think you told me that before, but
Yep.
yeah. So again, that was one where I don't make any kind of guess for sure, but I know that obviously there's a lot of NT Doctor Who fans. You know, just it's kind of a stereotype, but NT and sci-fi tend to go together a lot of times.
Yes.
So that my guess is that the NTs don't overall appreciate Baker and Martin stuff as much, and so my guess would be that they're probably not NTs, and that's why their writing comes across as different, you know, than some of the other ones maybe were. I don't know, like you've already talked about Douglas Adams many times.
Yep.
And so, you know, it may be that their style of doing things appeals less to them. That's just a guess, but it seems that way.
I think they wrote the Three Doctors. And what else?
Yeah, I haven't memorized all the ones that they wrote, but I remember one of my favorites that they did was The Invisible Enemy, the one that introduced K9.
Right, yeah.
That was a really fun story, and a lot of people diss it. But it was the one where the Doctor and Leela got shrunk down and went into the body of the thing to, the scientist guy, like, that had K9, you know, did stuff and things, and, you know, it was a great time for all.
Yeah, and it was like, as a producer on that, I would have gone, you want to do what? I mean, we are not, you know, that's quite tricky to make. that's really pushing the special effects.
Maligned about it is people will talk about the special effects look cheesy or whatever, but to me, it's like if the story is effective and it's fun, then it doesn't really matter. You know, there's almost an appeal to that. Like you can kind of laugh at that and say, you know, this is part of the fun. So
yeah, what happened, folks, is that Doctor Who got quite scary, or was perceived as that by Mary Whitehouse, and so then afterwards they got a new producer and they decided, well, we can't do horror anymore. And Star Wars came out and said, okay, we're going to go for more of a comedy, light-hearted element, hence the K9 the dog, and the lightening of the tone. And then John Nathan Turner came in, and he decided to concentrate more on cliffhangers and the Doctor being vulnerable. And so that's one of the reasons why he even got rid of the sonic screwdriver, and there was a lot more emphasis on Peter Davison being a lot more just vulnerable and not.
They also had
powerful.
No, I can't remember his name, but the story editor of that period that wanted to emphasize science more.
Christopher H. Bidmead, yeah.
Yeah. So there was sort of a dual thing going there, where he was trying to, you know, bring back the sci and the sci-fi.
So, and if you want to know about that, folks, I have a video on my channel called Recursion in Doctor Who in Castrovalva. It goes on that idea using the Escher drawings. Yep. And at the time I thought it was quite boring, but if you read his scripts, he actually got some good lines in there, Christopher H. Bidmead.
Yeah, well, I really, again, you know, here I go being the contrarian, but another one, the story that gets, you know, knocked by a lot of people, but I was one of my favorites from that season was Megloss.
Yes.
The one where Doctor actually gets to, or Tom Baker actually got to do a little bit of a dual role because he plays the creature that can sort of inhabit other bodies, and so he inhabits the Doctor's.
And it becomes a cactus.
Yeah. And I thought there was a lot of different clever elements to that story. Like one of the things the stories I enjoy the most in Doctor Who, I've noticed this a lot in, is the ones that to me are the best are when the story itself is not complicated. Like plot-wise, it's simple, but the complexness comes from that there's a bunch of different characters that all have their own individual agendas that are sort of competing. And to me, that's what makes the best stories, is when the story itself is not difficult to follow, but you have these different angles from all of these different characters that are not all the same. That, to me, makes it very interesting, is because you can not, you're not confused by the story trying to have all these crazy different things that don't make a lot of sense. So it can be followed even by, young children as to what's going on, but you have the other elements that, older kids and adults can enjoy more, where you can kind of see the different perspectives of the different characters within the story.
That sounds a lot like Game of Thrones as well, doesn't it, Jonathan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, stuff.
What else? I think you've said before that Colin Baker is like the most ENTP of the Doctors.
Who, me?
Yeah. Do you think maybe his Doctor, the Sixth Doctor, was the most ENTP Doctor?
I mean, I think the Doctor was ENTP throughout, but I think what people tend to highlight in his version of the Doctor was the things that people tend to associate as the negative sides of ENTP, I guess.
Oh, yes.
Maybe more
I do.
He sort of came across as stressing sort of the arrogance, that some NTs have. It was sort of like that version of him was like he was fed up with. It's like I've been patient with you humans for 800 years. I'm finally kind of sick of you. It was kind of the way he was presented, but at the same time, he still had the same compassion, that the character always had. It just came across as kind of begrudgingly, like, oh, I almost wish I didn't have these feelings for you people, but I do, so I'm still going to hold to my principles. But I'm going to make comments about it the whole time that I still am better than all of you.
They actually admit in the official BBC DVD that it was a mistake to write him like that, because they put
at the time I thought it was cool. Like I liked, and see, that's the thing, is I could appreciate both sides of that. I liked the Fifth Doctor. I liked Peter Davison's version of him.
Oh yeah.
But I understood why that there was sort of a need to say, okay, he's been a little bit too sweet. They even had the first episode of Colin Baker where he keeps saying sweet, like how dare you call me that,
Yeah.
But so I understand why it was sort of a necessary transition. Like, I thought it was actually pretty cool, to have that re-emphasis. In a way, it was a callback to some of the First Doctor elements, because, he was kind of tough to get to know at the beginning. He kind of presented kind of a gruff arrogance to people, and so it was sort of reconnecting with that aspect of the character.
So this is from the official inlay in Twin Dilemma, and it actually mentions that they actually acknowledge it. Sadly, the Twin Dilemma was a story beset with problems, and it is perhaps not the most auspicious start for Colin Baker's much underrated Doctor. The original script didn't work and had to be rewritten by script editor Eric Sayward. Industrial action at the BBC played havoc with studio recording, and the decision to make the new Doctor thoroughly unlikable and dangerous after regenerating is, in retrospect, a bad move. However, it is an ambitious story with some genuinely tense opening scenes in the TARDIS and a great and loud performance by Colin Baker. Whether viewers liked it or not, one thing was certain: the Sixth Doctor had arrived.
Yeah, I recorded that episode. And that was one of the things I had on tape, and I rewatched it many times. I loved that scene. The whole introduction with him and Perry was well done. Like, to me, it harkened back to the story, the very early First Doctor story, The Edge of Destruction, where something weird's going on with the TARDIS, and all the characters are sort of at each other's throats, sometimes literally. And it reminded me of that, because It has this tension where you're like, you don't know what's going on, what's going to happen next. Is the Doctor actually going to kill his companion? I mean, what's going to happen here?
I think the way Hartnell did it was more convincing and less annoying.
I mean, I don't think
you sort of bought it, because it was a bit like that in real life. William Hartnell,
I didn't find it annoying. I mean, Colin Baker's scenes I didn't find annoying.
Okay.
Now, I mean, it was effective to me in terms of, he picks the most garish outfit he can wear,
I think distracted from his acting.
and Perry says yuck, It seemed very natural. Like, obviously it was a scripted thing, but it seemed like it could have been just an improv scene. They're like, here, do this thing, here's your context, here's your setting, and go with it.
What's happened with Bonnie Langford is that recently she's in EastEnders. Is actually now she can act. Now Bonnie Langford can act. And what's great about the best thing about the Colin Baker era is that you had some stories written by Robert Holmes and Perry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Nicola Bryant.
Yeah, I do too, and I was a big fan when I was 12 years old too.
She still looks good now, Nicola Bryant.
Yeah.
Right, so.
One chance.
Okay.
Dark Con. I still can't get over that stupid name.
Dark Con, what's that?
Tell you about after a person beat him.
He's apparently like the boss character on this Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe game.
Right.
Oh, Dark Khan. Okay. Yes, the villain of Mortal Kombat is the evil Emperor Shao Kahn, and one of the villains in DC is the Dark God Darkseid, and in the Mortal Kombat versus DC they fuse and become one villain.
Hmm.
So it's Dark Con. You know.
I know my stuff. I know Mortal Kombat. I know my comics.
Oh, seriously? No, she's in Magic House. A Black Panther? That's the most badass.
So, Jeff, which other things are you into? Oh, I know. There's a good one. You're a big fan of Homicide, aren't you?
The TV show,
I am
not
too.
the
Yes,
acting.
yes, the TV show. I don't want to out you as a serial
Just in
killer.
case anyone was watching, it would be like, yeah, you really like murdering people, right?
Almost blew your cover.
No, did you see the latest video Celebach did about these are not ISTP things?
No.
Okay, it's great. It's like 2 minutes, or it's really short, but I meant to show it to Morgan. I haven't yet, but yeah, at one point he says something about he's talking about stupid questions that get asked on like the ISTP groups, and he says it's like my ISTP boyfriend recently murdered someone and asked me to help him chop up the body and hide it. Like, is that an ISTP thing?
I think that again that's another subtype thing, because I think Celebach seems like the TI subtype and they're more polite and nice, whereas the SE subtype's more of an ESTP.
Yeah, he's a game. Probably is a TI subtype. He's a game designer, I think. Well, computer programmer.
Yeah,
I mean, I would say if we're going to do that subtyping, that my younger brother would also fit into the TI subtype.
Yeah.
He tends to relate more to that side of it. If you watch the video I did with him, then he sort of had to, as the interview went on, kind of bring out the more sensing side of himself, sort of, if that makes any sense. At the beginning, he was stressing the whole logic is my main thing stuff.
You've mentioned a good way that you have characters, the way characters are written in Homicide, like being the good examples of types, and the way they approach things.
Yeah, I mean, Frank Pimbleton was one of the characters in fiction, period, that I've related to the most. I loved the different kind of sides of him that they showed over the time that he was, on the show.
I'll be back in a few minutes, but I'll continue to listen. So take it away, Jeff.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was just very good characterization of people on that show, and obviously within the context of what it was. I mean, it was a cop show, so there was going to be some elements that weren't going to be explored. For instance, I'm not sure that there was I mean, there were only a very small handful of NF characters ever on the show, uh, because it's just not a setting which really lends itself to encountering very many, NF characters. I mean, if there possibly could have been, some of the victims of homicide that were NFs, you'll never know, but the main characters, there wasn't much room for that. Like, I can remember one character that was in maybe one or two episodes that was, and I think actually ended up getting killed, that was sort of like this community activist character that knew the main lieutenant guy, and I think he possibly could have been an NF. But in general, that was, not very well represented. Most of the characters in the homicide unit were thinker types in general. A lot of ST and NT. I mean, less NT, but still some. The longest running character from that show, because when that show ended, he went to Law and Order SVU, was character John Munch, played by Richard Belzer, who I think is an ENTP. So he stood out as being somewhat different than the rest of the characters in terms of his take on things, was always slightly off from just about everybody else because he was the only ENTP in the squad. So he kind of had a different way of looking at things. And they paired him at the beginning with at the beginning they paired him with the character Stan Bolander, played by Ned Beatty, who was an ISTJ and very much, this is the job. We just do the job. Things are bottom line. Things are facts. There's not all this. Why you spend all this time like talking about like the philosophies and the intricacies of all these things? He just looked at Munch as kind of a weirdo. It's like, why do you bother like talking about all this stuff about the psyche of people and stuff like that? It's like we show up. There's a dead body. We figure out who did it. End of the day, you punch out and go home and. Go back to your family. That's the job. So there was a great contrast between those characters as partners. And on the other side of things, Pembleton, the character I mentioned earlier, was an ESFP who had an ISFJ partner who was sort of like, the ISFJ was sort of like the audience liaison to the homicide department, where he's sort of like, he's more of the regular guy who is taken aback by some of the like, the underbelly of crime and things. He's always kind of being like, well, why are people acting like this? They shouldn't do it. They should just be nice to each other, And Pembleton's sort of like the reality check, who's kind of being like, look, everybody has a dark side. It's just some people go to more extremes than others. It's kind of, Bayless' response is like, no, that's not true. Like, there's good people that aren't like that. So yeah, there's a lot of great interactions between the two of them too, and a lot of good scenes where they play off each other doing interrogations of people and stuff.
And that one episode was just the entire episode was the interrogation.
Yeah, there's one of the best episodes they ever did was one called 3 Men and a Dina, where the entire episode takes place in the interrogation room, what they call the box, and it's Pembleton and Bayless with this murder suspect, and they spend basically the whole hour trying to get a confession out of him. And it's just really intense and well done by everybody. But yeah, actually, there's a scene that I've shown to Ben where when people have asked me about, like, because in ESFP groups, they'll say things like, would an ESFP ever be interested in blank? And of course, the general answer to that of any type is, of course they could, because anybody can be interested in anything. But there's a different way that different types would obviously approach, certain things. And so at one point somebody said something about, would an ESFP ever be a cop or like a police detective? And of course, I pulled out the clip of Pembleton because I said, here's how an example of how an ESFP would be a cop, because the scene is basically, it's Pembleton getting a confession from someone who didn't do the crime. But the whole thing is a performance. He basically emotionally manipulates the guy from start to finish into confessing to this murder he didn't commit. But he is simultaneously, like, he's he's putting on a show, but he's also at the same time learning from everything that he asks the dude about his personal character and figuring out how to connect to the guy. He pushes every button he can to connect to the dude, to like bring him into I'm with you. I'm like, I understand you. I'm one of you. And then he twists him the entire way. And at the very end, it's like, after he's got him to admit to the crime, then he just snaps out of his mode to like, okay, you are responsible for the murder. You know, it's like he just drops all of that emotional connection because the whole thing was an act. But he's so effective at it because he can relate to the guy. Like, he's not even, it's not that he doesn't understand. And he does understand, but he uses it in to get what he wants out of the situation. So it's just a really, really well done scene in terms of writing, direction, acting, everything.
Is he also making a point about police intimidation?
Oh yeah, and that's the same. Yeah, at the same time, it's not. The performance is not just for the sake of the guy he's getting a confession or his partner. It's also for his boss that is watching the whole thing, who has told him to get a confession out of this guy because Pendleton suspects that it was a cop that did the shooting, and the lieutenant doesn't want a cop going down for it, and all the stuff. He doesn't want cops being investigated and all the stuff that goes into that. The boss is an ESTJ and has a very kind of traditional outlook, and as a cop is like, cops protect other cops, and we don't, stir up things in terms of trying to suspect them. So Pendleton's performance is also for him, just to be like, hey, here's how I can do this, but this is, what used to be the case is, because the suspect is a black guy, and so is Pendleton, and so is the boss, he's making a point about like, yeah, this is how we used to do it when there was all white people in charge of the department, was, well, just find a black guy to blame it on, and that, that's how we'll get the case to be solved. So yeah, the whole thing is, it's a performance, and it's also a statement. It's just like a whole lot of things wrapped up within it.
And it's helped a lot by the good acting.
Yeah.
Also, one of the features you told me about that is it was like one of the first series that would have like unsolved crimes. It wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the cop shows, it was just sort of standard practice of, well, when you do your detective show, the good guys always get their man, because that's just what happens. You got to get somebody to confess the crime, and you put it down by the end of the episode. I mean, every once in a while you have your special two-parter where it takes them 2 parts to get the confession, but it always ends up happening. But on Homicide, it was a lot more realistic, and there's cases that just don't get solved because they just, whatever reason, you're not, real homicide cops will tell you that most cases are solved in about 72 hours, and if they're not, then they never get solved. And obviously there's exceptions to that, but for the most part, if you haven't gathered anything in that amount of time that leads you to who's the one that did it, then nothing ever comes up after that points you to that. It's rare.
Did they ever have a story where in a later season they went back to an unsolved one in the previous season?
Yes, quite a few times actually. And they not only did they have elements of it, but they featured how that would affect the psyche of the detectives. Like Bayless, the one I was talking about earlier, the ISFJ detective, his very first case is an unsolved case of a child, a girl that was raped and murdered, and it lingers, like it bothers him his whole career, basically. He never completely gets over it. Like it factors into a lot of other future cases where his frustration at not being able to solve that case completely, bothers him and affects his work.
It sounds like great writing. Very good design, characterization.
Well, I'm being pressured heavily to go now because we need to get some lunch.
Okay.
I had to get my dinner too.
I'm gonna wrap up at least my part of things. And
very good. Thanks, Jeff. You've been a very good addition to this hangout.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Talk to you guys later.
Okay, excellent. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
So we've got a few to finish off. Just so.
I'll skip through them because time passed.
Yes, we both like our. I don't know. So the STPs. Any STP writers?
Well, I mentioned Bret Easton Ellis, who did did American Psycho and other stuff. I'm trying to think. It's hard to say. I don't think I've read many ESTP writers, but I'd imagine I think their style is quite short. I don't think they write very long books. I think we're saying Ian Fleming might be an ESTP or STP at least. I'm wondering if the guy who did Trainspotting, what his face, he might be.
Oh,
Just a random
Trainspotting.
I haven't actually seen the film, so I don't. I could be dead wrong there. I should have seen the film.
I think the sequel was called Porno. Any famous STP characters?
Lots. James Bond's an obvious one.
Yep.
I
think the writer may have been a spy in World War II. I'm not sure.
Ian Fleming.
Yeah.
Ian Fleming was an officer in naval intelligence. He wasn't a spy himself. He wanted to be. He knew a lot of spies. Christopher Lee actually is one of his cousins, or a distant cousin. He was actually a commando. He did spy stuff in World War II, and someone else. In fact, in the set of Lord of the Rings, when in the deleted scene in the third film where Saruman's getting stabbed in the back, Peter Jackson was describing to Christopher Lee how he wants it to do, what it'd be like if a guy was stabbed in the back, and Christopher Lee says, "I know exactly what it's like when a man is stabbed in the back," because he'd seen it or even done it during World War II.
Wow. Who was it? So what do you think? What about ENTP writers and characters?
Well, the obvious one would be South Park, I suppose, or something like that. And a lot of, I think ENTPs and ENPs and INJs, I think we're quite good at just sitting down and writing, letting it flow out. I think with INJs, there's usually an idea in the back of our heads that we want to get out. But ENPs are really good at just writing and letting it go out, even if they don't know where the story's going, just seeing where it goes, and maybe going over it and structuring it later.
I sort of like I like the Robert McKee approach of.
I do not.
Oh, so have you read Story by Robert McKee?
You sent me the audiobook. I listened to about half of it. I've seen his interviews, read a couple of his reviews of films, and I even watched adaptation, which was interesting. And my impression of him from the reviews, I don't know if it was necessarily always him or if it was one of his disciples or student, whatever. But it's always like, this film is great, but it missed this key scene that you should have had in it, and therefore it's not as good as it should be. I noticed, it's like, I read that with his. There was a review of Mad Max Fury Road, and he or someone else said that because there was this particular scene that should have been in it with this type of narrative, this type of story, the film faltered at the end. I think it was a confrontation with the villain or something. Yeah, things like that annoy me. It's way too rigid. It's way too rule-based. That's the problem. It's not that I don't appreciate structure and rules and that, but I like a certain amount of flexibility, and he's just too inflexible.
Did you get to the point where he talked about the gap as a substance of story?
Don't know.
Oh no, that's the key of it. That is the key. The gap.
Well, I listened to about half of it, so I don't. I might have. Elaborate.
Well, the gap is the gap between expectation and result. And so instead of having twists, which are just like mechanical and turn the plot, you're a double agent, I didn't know. Well, actually, I was a triple agent, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that was in Thriller a lot.
If you have Sorry, that was in what?
Thrillers.
Right.
Thrillers operate that principle, especially
overstructured
ones.
Overstructured. So if we get something like Empire Strikes Back, you get these actions, Like, for instance, Luke experiences a lot of gaps. He takes an action expecting a certain result, and the world reacts in a way that he was not expecting. And then you get two things happening. One, you get the surprise from the audience. Oh, wow. And then you also, and because you're connected with the character, you get to experience the gap through the character's eyes and then see how the character reacts to that new set of circumstances. And the way they react shows you something about their character. So you have emotion and story coming together.
Yeah. Okay, I'll say I respect Robert McKee, and I agree with a lot of what he's saying. It's more like the attitude I'm getting, the attitude of being a bit. But also, it would not be how I write at all. I would write intuitively, without a doubt. I always write. I will have ideas about structure and order in my head. I've noticed them myself, but I do them in my own way and in my own pace. And I wouldn't be referencing him a lot. I'd be doing it. I'd be using my intuition a lot more than rules. If they coincidentally go along with what he's saying, that's fine. But
in screenwriting, you've got to be more structured. But in a novel, because of the shape of it, you can have these digressions. But his basic approach is that you work on the story and characters first. You get that right. You get your ending right. Once that stage is correct, then you can move on to the next stage.
Yeah.
Because what happens is if you write lines in search of scenes, so basically where you have a scene in, just because it's got a fantastic line in it, but the rest of the scene's not very good, and then so he says if you're writing from the outside in, and you're writing lines in search of scenes, and scenes in terms of acts, and acts in terms of story. And then you end up where someone reviews the script and it goes, that bit was funny, that bit was quite moving, but the story overall didn't quite work. And then the writer will hear all this feedback and he'll still try to keep all the favourite bits and then try to mangle that into a story. Whereas if you get the plot right first, then if you decide to change anything, it's not a lot of work because it's just writing it in outline. And then when you've got a fantastic story with a great ending, I'm not going to have to rewrite this. Then you go on to the next stage. And so it's less work reworking it overall.
Yeah, but again, I think that's more of an individual basis. Like some of the stuff he's advising you do won't work for some people. Some of the stuff he's saying you stay away from will definitely work and they'll do fantastically well. And I also think that's really kind of a perfectionistic approach she's taking because it's I guess to hit every single beat for it to be good. There's some films and stories that will have great but falter in certain places.
Oh yeah.
How much does that really bother you if the rest of the stuff is fantastic?
Well, it says you can have certain scenes, like if they're just funny, you can have it in. But I'm saying you can even have bad stuff in it if the rest of the film the rest stuff is fantastic. So it's not, and even the stuff you might think is bad could be good from other perspectives. Well, I mean, there's like one of the audio clips where he talks about the arc plot, which I've just outlined, but he also talks about the mini plot and the anti plot. But he says that if you want to write for the mini plot and the anti plot, the audience is smaller, so you're going to have a smaller budget. Yeah. If you work with the art plot, then you're working more with realism. So I like both. I like meta gags, but I also but you see, because I also want to be able to get back to the realism so I can connect with the characters. Go on.
Sorry, I think with me part of the problem is I've been interested in films and stuff for a very long time, and especially the last couple of years, I've seen a huge amount of critics and reviews and all that. So he's not really telling me anything that's particularly new or I haven't heard versions of differently or got the impression of differently. And it's just it does bug me at times when you'll hear critics like or not like a film because of how it's certain beats and all that. It's a question of philosophy because the average cinema goer or film goer will probably not notice all of the stuff that he's talking about, and it's when you do notice it that you start to assess, is this good or is this bad? When if you weren't informed of it, you might think it's good, and when you aren't informed of it, you think it's bad. So it's a question of
gotcha.
Is it really that it's objectively good or bad, or is it just that it's objectively good or bad according to the standards you've been taught, to the standards you've learned?
Well, you're right. I mean, it will make the audience raise the bar for what they do.
It's not necessarily raising the bar though. Sometimes it's raising the bar, sometimes it's changing the bar, or just changing the criteria. So it's the philosophical differences. It's the way you're taught changes your perspective.
Oh yeah, it's like, supposedly with INTPs, it's probably TISI. Right, this is the way it should be. This is the framework. And then you can have something that's good in other ways. So, for instance, a film that's great. And he talked about that though. The mini plots where you have a great characterization and not much plot. Like there's a film called All My Friends Live in Brisbane. Great characterization. Good dialogue. But it's only 80 minutes long, and it really drags after about half an hour because there's so little plot.
Yeah. Again, it's about a lot. Again, will come down to taste and whether how interested you are in plot and things like that. So it's just a difficulty in assessing quality based on taste, and it's more, like I said, it's less what he's saying and more the impression.
Yeah, the attitude. Yeah,
you have. Yeah, the attitude.
It's very commanding. Like, it's going to be this way.
Yeah, you think it's an ENTJ?
Maybe.
Definitely a T lead, thinking lead. I think.
Yeah. I hope you've seen this film because I'm going to review it soon. Have you ever seen American Beauty?
I have not. I know it's one of those films I really wanted. I really need to see. It's on the list.
The acting's very good, and Sam Mendes is like, I think it's his first film, and because he came as a theatre director, and that is the most important job of a director, is to cast a film. And he was saying, I want Kevin Spacey and Annette Bening. And the cast, the acting is excellent. In my opinion, and some others have written this, the actual depth of the characters, not that deep. Not that deep. I mean, Kevin Spacey is just a middle-aged man who fancies a 17 or 18-year-old cheerleader.
Yeah.
There's no attempt at love between. It's just an object of lust.
Yeah.
There's only one good line, and it was a line that repeatedly gets shown, where Brad says, "Have you got a minute?" And then he says, "For you, Brad, I've got 5." That's the only line in it, apart from a line which is used previous times, which is, "It's all right. I wouldn't remember me either."
Yeah, I've seen reviews of it. I do get the impression it's one of those films that it was really popular when it came out because it challenged ideas and broke mold and all that, but a lot of stuff has happened since then that just makes it pretty tame and he's not. It's been done better, shall we say?
Oh yeah, I mean
the ideas.
It's not, and also as a midlife crisis movie, it never articulates what he wants. It's not
that could be the genius of it, though. Like, does he even know what he wants? If it's a midlife crisis.
What if it's like he's got this boring life, and it's like, oh, I remember it when it was like this, or they're like to recapture the youth, and it's like, there you sort of want an SP thing where you talk about freedom. And there were never these moments where, like, J. Michael Straczynski talks about, he's less formulaic than McKee, but he talks about in everything you write, there should be a moment where a character expresses themselves and their philosophy. But he had a psychology degree. Like in Londo with, I think I showed you the clip, I'm not sure, where Londo talks about, Morden goes up, and he's an agent of the Shadows, this really powerful alien species, and he asks all the ambassadors, what do you want? And they don't really give clear answers until Londo says, fine, you really want to know what I want? You really want to know the truth? I want our people to stretch forth their hand and command the stars. I want to stop running through my life like a man late for an appointment, afraid to look forward or look back. Things like, I want us to be what we used to be. I want it all back the way that it was, because it's a nation that's in imperial decline. And then you see the reaction on Morden's face. So you have this great expression of Londo as a patriot. He wants his planet to get back on top. And you see the look on Morden's face. Right, this guy is ripe for being manipulated by the shadows, like offering them power. And so that's what happens. And so these character insights I really like. So Babylon 5, fantastic. I highly recommend that. And of course, now what happened was when it was on TV, very low ratings, almost got cancelled every year because it was the first American series that was at an arc, a 5-year arc, really planned out, complex to understand over the. But what happened? So like almost cancelled every year. When it came out on DVD, it did fantastic. Then that's when he got respect. And if you look at IMDb, J. Michael Straczynski, from about 2004, he has written so many films.
Yeah.
And I think now he's done Sense8.
The only thing I know about him for definite is his run Spider-Man, which is actually a very good run, I will say. But the problem was he wanted to be writing Doctor Strange, which is the magical stuff, so all of his stories were magic based. But the characterization in his run of Spider-Man is really, really good because he shook it up a lot. He had things like Aunt May finding out that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And he had really good interactions with Peter and Mary Jane and with other heroes and all that. The only problem is, first of all, people didn't agree with the particular story elements he was introducing. And halfway through, there was a lot of editorial stuff, and the direction went really bad. That was probably more due to the editor, Joe Quesada.
So you can see what I mean about how good the writer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he can be. And that's why he can be a really good. Yeah, he can be a really good, especially with characterization.
Yeah, and he's done. Like I said, writes so much, so prolific, and like he had his own line of comics, Joe's Comics. I don't know if you've read those.
No.
And like I said, like he can just take a comic, and like as you say, make it into proper writer.
Yeah.
Other things, I think he wrote the story of Thor, and he has a cameo in Thor. So much on IMDb. In fact, what you could do if you go now and have a look at IMDb, we can tell the audience what he's written lately. But yeah, I mean, like, just fantastic characterization. Like, he even had a bit about, and I think it was like an SJ Pastor, when he talks about doing some housework, right, or helping somebody out. He says, the difference is I was doing it for somebody else. And just that feeling of helping somebody else. And that was called The Rock Cried Out No Hiding Place. And the other half of that story was a fantastic twist at the end, based on the plot device of the baddie having a telepath and being able to read the mind of Londo's assistant, Veer.
Oh yeah, he did the real Ghostbusters too. I remember that cartoon. I love that show. That was that's He-Man.
And He-Man.
That's She-Ra. I love She-Ra.
Yes, he is. J. Michael Straczynski is the man. I think he's the best writer I've encountered.
Yeah. Never go that far, but he's really good. What type do you think he is?
I have not got a clue.
I'm thinking with his characterization, maybe an NF, maybe an NFP, ENFP perhaps. Just a random thought.
Yeah, I think an F. I think a fear.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've got This is one of my first script writing. In fact, maybe the first one I bought. I won't say when I bought it. J. Michael Straczynski's complete book of script writing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a Babylon 5 script at the back. The Coming of Shadows.
Yeah.
And so that sets it, and this is in the middle of season 2, so this is after that scene where I talked about Morden, and this is where the Centauri, with the help of Mr. Morden's associates, as he called them, able to beat the Narn and be able to reclaim their empire. Right, but you have that speech where Jakar, he wants to kill Londo, and halfway through the film he actually offers the hand of peace. Right. And then we've got stuff like, I was ready, I prepared myself, I had made my peace with the universe, put all my affairs in order, and I had the dagger in my hand, and he has the indecency to start dying on his own. Never in my entire life have I seen a case of worse timing. You'd think he could have waited a few minutes before. And then we've got, right, non-pilot, right. But and this is where this is where he goes to Londo halfway through the film, halfway through the episode, and it says, "Sit, Malari. It's not every day." So this is when he's forgiving him, right before Londo. Then it's revealed. Okay, here we go. "Sit, Malari. It's not every day I get a revelation. You know, I've heard something that makes me think there may be hope for us after all. I believed your people capable of only murder and pain, but apparently there is still a spark of decency in your genetic code. It's not much of a foundation, I'll grant you, but it's a start. I never thought I would be saying this, Malari, but to the health of your emperor, and perhaps to your health as well. Because the emperor is making peace with the Narn. Then what happens is Mr. Morden's associates attack, so the shadows. And you do get Jungian themes, and you got the Minbari soul arc, and soul image, and you've got a soul image relationship between Dylan and I shouldn't have said that, Dylan and Sheridan, but it's established early on. That's not much of a spoiler. Right, so what we got here, Sinclair. Right, here we go. So this is one about the betraying. I reached out my hand and he betrayed me. He knew and he betrayed me. Right, and then he goes to, then there's a scene here, and then he's going down the hallway, Malari, just shouting, and then Sheridan's trying to stop him. That's far enough, and he's shouting, Malari, go back to your quarters, no charges will be pressed. I mean it, Jakar. You will go back to your quarters, and you will go back now. They're doing it to us again. I won't let this happen. I won't let it happen again. Then Sheridan, then you're going to need all the help you can get, and you can't do that if you're not here. Set one foot in Ambassador Malari's quarters, and you'll either be dead or gone. Either way, it won't help your people. Then Jakar, they'll kill everyone. Don't you understand? They've done it before. They'll kill everyone. Then Sheridan, you have to decide what is more important to you, Jakar, revenge or saving the lives of your people. And then he breaks down. So that's again, you got this whole themes.
Yeah.
And in the first season, it was Morden coming up to Londo and saying, "What do you want?" And like I said, Londo gets involved with Morden and his associates. Those aliens turn up, win battles for him, and then they start doing things like his associates want an island, so these aliens can go on, and then just get more and more in control. Then the associates, the shadows, get involved with the Emperor. And the Emperor is a bit of the Emperor Cartagia is like, you'll like this because it's very much, that bit's like, that bit is like I, Claudius. I very much recommend that. I don't know if you've seen it. But like Caligula.
See clips of it. Yeah, I know.
It's all on YouTube. Right, so folks, we have, what we've done, ENTPs, what about SFJs?
Can't think of any.
Right, okay.
No, none off the top of my head.
What about ISFP?
Nope.
Okay. I think you may have mentioned this before. ISTJ. Did you mention ISTJ?
I said J.R.R. Tolkien might be an ISTJ because he's very SI type, and it's just unusual for a fantasy author to be like that. Or the fantasy author even.
How about ENFP?
Oh, there's lots of ENFP writers, but it's how to describe it? I'm actually, well, you know what? I think I heard you say once that you and Jack Aaron think that Family Guy is ENTP, but I've seen Seth MacFarlane, who created Family Guy, as ENFP. Is any
Yeah.
way?
Oh, any humour on speed.
Yeah.
How sideways, how lateral it is.
Yeah.
I remember I thought it was a fantastic episode of South Park where they criticised how Family Guy is written. And I thought it was the Muhammad episode. I just thought it was very clever in that they had this dolphin select these balls at random.
The manatees.
Yeah, the manatees. And it would like connect these things at random and then it would make the connections. And just the criticism of NE. That
there could be proof, because it's it's like criticising the structure of it. So maybe the ENTPs are more logical. Although I think one of them is meant to be an INTP, so maybe that was it. One of the writers of South Park, I think, is one of them is an ENTP and one is an INTP. I've heard. I don't know if it's true or not.
Usually, I don't like the foul-mouthed language in South Park, but I just like that particular episode. I thought was very clever.
Yeah.
And I liked all the writerly in-jokes about...
Yeah. Yeah, well, anyway, I think Family Guy is a possible one. Other ones are... ENFP rating can be... I don't want to say... compared to my NI, it comes across as a bit shallow in terms of the ideas I would want to explore or go more in depth in.
Yep.
But it's not actually shallow, because it's still a definite depth there, and still themes and that. It just is more, is light-hearted, it's less serious. And there is structure, but it's more. I think it does tend to be more human-based overall, even if they do go serious a lot. Yep. There's a light-heartedness to it. There's not quite exploring things deeply enough, shall we say.
Well, they are TI polar. So, folks, that is the end of this marathon episode.
Yes.
And I hope you enjoyed it. Right. So
now I'm going to eat something.
Yep. So, bye-bye, folks.
Goodbye.
And I will press stop.